I like I didn't even swap screens or anything. I think everything is just like, eh. Oh, that's because it's Lumia that does that, and I'm updating Lumia. I'm dumb. I was like, why didn't you do what it's supposed to do? I should test throwing stuff at myself now. Might as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Damn it. It didn't register tits. Whimsy, how you doing? Hi, Psycho, how you doing? Give me a minute. I am trying to put audios up and everything and make sure you guys can hear everything. The answer so far is nope. But that's okay, because we're loading and reloading things. So Lumia had an update, so that's not working. Am I talking? Yeah, you guys can. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. I'm still outside there. Yeah, you are. It's because you're Australian. Oh wait, are we in a glad that you know where I was going with that. That's why I have to do like 17,000 different things. Is I have to I have to reload tits. That's what I have to do. Reload tits. Let's see. Thank you guys for hanging out. Basically, it was like there's 2 minutes left, and I'm still setting shit up, and I'm just like, just fuck it. I'll finish setting it up with you guys here. You know? The feck. Lumia refuses to let me have sound because it's just like it's like read my announcement. My announcements say that I updated things. I'm like, I know you updated things. I'm the one that told you to update things. Jody lives by Emily's house. Yeah. Okay, rar, that works. Fantastic. Okay, we got one. One down. One down. One down. Now I'm getting smacked. Hi, Goldie. Oh, wait, Goldie. That's Josh. Hi, Josh. Look, it's fine. It's fine. He's got to be here because, like, it's not like he's doing much else. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. Kind of. Wait. And that makes noises. Fantastic. Everything works. Oh my God. Of course, I should have fucking known. Vincent saw you talking to Jody, plus two friendship with Vincent. Sam saw you talking to Jody, plus two friendship Sam. Vincent saw you talking to Sam, plus two friendship Vincent. Jody saw you talking to Sam, plus two friendship Jody. Jody saw you talking to Vincent, plus two friendship Jody. Sam saw you talking to Vincent, plus two friendship Sam. Yeah. We already had that conversation. I told her it could be her one chore of the week. Why are they arguing again? Josh, how you doing, hon? Oh fuck, I forgot to send you an invite. Oh, did you to join did you no to oh what did you I thought you wanted to invite to the game. What did I hear that you needed an invite to? Oh, I sent you that, like, as soon as I made it. Okay. Okay. Yep. How did you change the color of your name? He's like, I don't want to be silver. I want to be gold or green. Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was so confused. I was like, how did he do that? Also, it looks like a lot of my trees have moss for some reason. Probably because they've just been like sitting there. That's good. Oh, well, that's cool. Apparently, it's just oak. Yeah. Let's see. I see him. No, I get it. I need moss for something that we have. Is it the bait mate? Not bait maker, or it was the bait maker? Not bait maker. Not bait maker. Worm deluxe worm bin. Yeah, that'll produce deluxe bait. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I wanted it for. Mushroom log? Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. We tested playing another game today, the Where Winds Meet game, and it's entirely possible that if we play it while streaming, our computers will explode. It is gorgeous, but like even without streaming it and without me like being in my VTuber self, it is like chugging. Technically, it's playable. It's just like my ticker. You see the ticker that goes across the top of my screen up there? It was like stuttering like crazy. There's a whooper in the chat if you want a whooper. A what? A whooper derper. Me? I might just be quiet. Oh, in the stream? What are you talking about? On stream or? Oh, okay. Oh, it's, oh, huh. Oh my gosh. And you weren't coming through mine. So basically, oh, so he was responding to me asking if he was doing okay because he didn't hear you.
That makes sense.
Yeah, sorry. I just decided you weren't allowed to have a voice today. Josh is like, Jesus, he's Tristan's gonna be there and just not do
I can
anything.
speak.
Doesn't want to hear me.
It does sound like you're a bit quiet though.
Look, what do you want me to do? I don't have the
Uh,
energy I had yesterday. I'm sorry.
no, you're okay. You're okay.
I'm cozy vibes today.
It is cozy vibes today. It is really cozy vibes today.
It's also raining in game. I'm sure that doesn't help.
You make me want to fall asleep.
I think the fact that we're both tired makes us want to go to sleep.
Probably that. That'll do it.
It's so annoying because it's like you wake up super early and that allows us time to take a nap before stream, yeah? We wake up later and it's like you get nothing done. You get nothing done and you're like, okay, well, I need a nap before stream. And you're just like, but I don't even, how do I need a nap now? Why? How? What? I just woke up.
It really is like that. Why do I have so many things open? That open. Don't need that open.
Basically, earlier today, one thing I did do that was kind of productive is I went on the Stardew farming planner thingy and I decided what kind of layout I wanted, and it's future proofed too, so that's good.
Yeah. Oh, I can cook a max as well now.
I gotta pull it up temporarily.
I got my ass. Let me
That's what I wanted
do
to
a
do
weird
right
upgrade.
there.
I've done a weird upgrade.
A weird upgrade?
Yeah, I level up my bin to steel.
Okay, that is a weird upgrade.
Means I can chuck more things
God,
in it.
that is the
You,
third time I've done that in a row.
you okay?
I love placing the fence on the paths because you can't break the fence with a pickaxe. So every time that you break the fence with your axe, it also breaks the path underneath.
Oh no.
And I'm just like, I did it 3 times in a fucking row.
That
I
is
am ready to,
that is
yeah,
annoying.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I need to watch my back while I'm sleeping tonight.
I'd be scared.
She's gonna eat my throat. Okay. Can I? Oh, I can get these up.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Totally not. See, I'm cute, kawaii, demure.
Definitely not murderous vibes today.
Definitely not murder vibes. Never. No, 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 no. We're cute. Cute
We're
vibes only
cute.
ever.
Cozy. Would never harm a fly, except for the fly that comes near us. Then we'll harm it. It's our territory. This room is ours. But yeah, now that you can hear me, if you're still there, Josh, when's your next surgery? He's here still.
I don't know.
I think we scared him off.
He was like, hate these people. I forgot why I came here. Fucking Twitch notifying me of these assholes.
Oh no. No, wrong, no. I am gonna go up to the summit farm. Put more
Steal some
sprinklers.
of those. I'm gonna steal some of the.
Some of the sprinklers are up here. It's more than fine. I just placed 4 more up there. So take as many as you need.
Like I said, I don't really need that farm till next year anyway. So it's just like trying to get ahead of it. But
I think we got more than enough time to get ahead of it. Oh no, I can hear Mum coughing. I'm so sorry for her.
kind of like what?
I heard Mum cough. She's so sick. I hope she feels better soon.
Yeah.
I'm on your farm, hello.
What do we? What are you doing, babe?
I'm just watching a cutie. Me,
If you want,
book.
you can take your axe. Oh, you don't have your axe.
I got an axe.
Oh,
Yeah, I finished
can you break
upgrading.
this row of strawberries?
One below you.
Yeah.
I imagine you're breaking them all.
I could
Oh,
use
no.
the axe to break the plants, but I can't use it to. Rah, 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 rah. This is why we keep him in the trash can, guys. Barrel.
I'm the first case of Australian rabies.
Patient 0.
Fear my wrath. I am a weeb. What do I want to do? My brain's just sort of stopped.
Fish. Do you want to
Yes,
decorate also?
I can fish. I still need to get the flounder. Shane wants a flounder.
Go get Shane a flounder. I haven't even gotten like his nighttime drink a beer with him in the forest kind of cutscene because we don't really play in the nighttime. But I walked in the fucking house earlier today and he was like passed out
Is that the
on
one
the floor
after it?
drunk.
Is that supposed to be the one you get after that?
Yeah.
We have a mess of cutscenes just because we've limited them. Otherwise, it would literally be like 7 cutscenes every time we go anywhere.
I've increased it actually. I increased mine to like 10.
Yeah, as I was falling asleep earlier, I was like, should I increase it to 10? Am I here? This isn't where the fish is. That's just Willy.
This look weird. Shit. I'm tabbed out.
Nom, 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 nom.
Oh yeah, no, I guess that tracks.
Catching some fishies. Catching some fishes. Fuck yeah. I got some
Oh
seaweed.
yeah, I guess that's also tracks.
How you doing, honey? Did the caffeine help?
Oh yeah. I'm just kind of like I messed up on placing some paths, so when I'm like referencing it, so I'm like trying to I'm just like trying to move stuff around, and I'm like, what?
Oh, I
Why is this
see.
doing this? Why is this doing this?
Hmm. I just keep getting seaweed. I want a flounder, but I just keep getting seaweed. I'm under the impression that that's all there is in the ocean.
Yep. Sorry to tell you, there's only seaweed in the ocean.
I wonder how much of the ocean is seaweed.
At least 1%.
At least 1%.
Guessing. I'm making a very uneducated guess.
Education is overrated anyway.
Hey babe, can you get on my farm real quick?
Phone?
You got yeah.
Whereabouts is it?
My farm?
Oh, I thought you said, can you get me my phone real quick?
No, my phone's right here. I need you to go to my farm.
I'm on my way. I don't know what I've been hearing today. My ears just have not been working at all.
Broken ears.
What toxic song this is?
You see my amethyst geode? Can you
Huh?
just move that somewhere else?
Where is it? Where? Oh, this.
Just put it down somewhere. I'll find it.
Put
I'm gonna
it
wind up
next to your head.
moving my let me see where my minecart is. I'm gonna move it.
Ah, you're gonna move that.
Because now it's behind my shed.
Yeah. I like how it's just like not that difficult to move them. It's a pain, but it's literally just figuring out where the coordinates you want them you want it is.
That's why I like the Stardew Valley planner thingy.
Okay. Back to the ocean I go. That's where the motion is.
Good thing about seaweed though is you can make more fish farms.
Let me check. Is my Spotify? Okay, my Spotify is coming through. I could make more fish farms because I do eventually need as many fish farm as there are legendaries. That's what I want to do.
Furniture catalog bot. So happy.
Oh yes, I want to hoe the ocean. Get hoed.
Just call the ocean a hoe, it's rude.
That's what you
There's an
think.
Esper in the chat. Well, there was an Esper in the chat. It is gone now. It got away.
Oh no!
It said, fuck you guys, I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Why did I decide to walk all the way here? I could have just taken the minecart. Nope, decided to leisurely stroll in the rain.
Sometimes it's just nice to go on a stroll. This like fast twitch Gatorade does fuck all. in the way of being an energy drink.
Does it?
It says it's got more than 100 milligrams of caffeine and electrolyte.
It does not.
I mean, it does, but like it just doesn't affect me because it tastes like grape, so it's counterproductive.
I don't like the taste of grape. Does grape make you sleepy?
Not really.
Then I'm confused by your statement.
It says it's got caffeine in it, but every time I have it, it does nothing.
Okay, and then you said because it tastes like grape, which makes it counterproductive.
Yeah, that must be why. That's the only thing. It's the only possibility.
Okay, what were you saying, dear?
She thinks I'm insane. She knows I'm insane. Hmm. No. Ow! I just shinned at my desk.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb.
Hmm?
You counting for a thumb war, right?
What?
You said 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6.
5, 6. Oh, so it's not a thumb war. Shake my head. No war going on here. Oh, I've got an ad break in 3 minutes.
Well ahead of time.
Yeah. Yay, I got that flounder. Now, Shane, where are you? Will it work? Yep. Oh yeah, your farming got to 10. Is your combat 10?
Mm,
Ah,
maybe I'll work on that today.
yeah.
My farming,
Could
my
be good, yeah.
combat's at 8. I'm really bad at killing things.
To be fair, like when you're in the skull cavern, you tend to avoid every. Why did I walk past Joe? Oh, I need to go in. You tend to just like bomb things and move on to the next floor, and and then I just follow behind and kill everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a murderer.
Well, like you're over there attacking mummies. I'm like, what's the point of attacking mummies?
The reason I attack the mummies is to keep them away from wherever I'm digging because they
Tristan,
get
Tristan,
knocked down for a
Tristan.
while. Yeah.
No. Oh, fuck. No, stop, 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 stop. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck, 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 fuck,
I'm
fuck.
on my way. I don't know what's going on, but I'm on my way. I'm here. How can I help? Oh,
Just, just give me a minute. I gotta fix this as much as I can. I just basically threw away all of my food.
oh no. Oh, because you moved it, it got rid of the I mean, it attached to it. I see.
Basically, if it could be put in the shipping container, it was put in the. Why is it still being fucking?
Wait, if it is it still attached to the network of chests?
It literally says, "Never take items from this chest." I said that. Okay, I might be okay. It might be.
I think you should be able to get everything back out. I don't think it deletes anything like it does in vanilla.
Okay. Probably you're right.
Unfortunately,
You can't help me with this. I understand.
I wish I could.
No, no, no. It's okay.
Oh, it's starting to rain.
Oh my god, the
I
panic.
will.
I think I'm alright. I think I'm right now. I kept like basically whenever like I heard you doing something. I don't fucking know. And I was just like all I heard was dun 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 dun
Oh no!
dun dun and I'm like, what is that? And I run up here and I see that my fucking shipping bin's getting full and I'm like, no, no.
Oh no! I am so glad we have. This is modded, or I mean, it wouldn't have done that if it was if it wasn't modded. But um, it just saves so much stress. You can just get it all back out, but at the same time, it makes it uh problematic when that happens.
Yeah, I hope I still have all my food.
Uh, yeah, I think I picked up your spring onions and I put them back. I don't know if there's anything else you chucked out that.
I don't know. You know how hard it is to chuck stuff out of my inventory, bro?
It shouldn't be too hard. You just like move it off to like the left or
Look,
something.
look, it's annoying.
Annoying, yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm good.
Why would you ever sell a prize ticket? Why is it even sellable? Is there like a cap? No, so there's infinite amounts of prizes? Then why would you ever sell it? For one?
Idea.
Like if it was worth 100, I could see maybe.
Yeah, I tried to sell my bed.
You can actually sell the beds that way?
Apparently, I would have got 5,000 for it. I'm not
Wow.
using it. I should sell that bed.
I should put my other bed into your like
Dude,
your
stop
dump.
taking my fucking shit. That literally says it does not. It says do not never take items from this chest. All of these say that. Why are you taking items from this chest? What did you take? What did you take? Why are you taking my floors? You can't just be selling my floors willy nilly.
Oh, some lucky. Oh, so I got a jade ring. Crit strike power.
Oh, it says take items from the chest. I'm trying to say never take items from this chest. There you go. Fucking weird.
I got a lot of rings to combine once I
Yeah, agreed. Same.
yeah. Do we eventually get like another ring slot? Or is it just these two?
It's just the two. You can have more ring slots with mods. We could add that on, but then it starts getting the territory broken. But
Yeah.
like, I mean, it's already kind of broken.
It already is a little bit broken. Yeah. I've no idea how long we're gonna end up like sticking with this, but it's fun right now, so we're gonna be playing it until it's
Not fun.
not. Okay, now where the hell is Trini? She wants a pink cake. Probably up in Ridgeside. Yeah. Greenhouse. This side will be faster. I got a cake with Winnie's name on it. Gonna smash it into her face.
I thought this was my house. It's a shed. That's gonna take some getting used to.
This child is like my favorite person.
Training because she's just so easy to gift.
6 hearts, I believe. And it's only 80 to level her up another one, so. I mean, to be fair, she's she's a child, and children are typically give me something I like. I love you.
Yep, pretty much.
The reason they have to educate children to not keep into vehicles that they don't know who is driving it. Now, my love, real question.
No, big questions only.
Okay, fake questions only.
Yeah. Okay, what's up?
I feel like we've had this discussion before, but do you think as a child you would have fallen victim to stranger danger?
We have not had this conversation before.
Haven't?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
As a child, I did fall victim to stranger danger.
Oh my god. Who took you?
My parents' wedding singer.
Oh yes, yes, yes. I remember this story.
I didn't question shit. They got so mad at me. They're like, "Don't get in a car with cars with strangers." I was like, "He's not a stranger. He's your wedding singer."
Yeah, we know. But like I don't imagine that was with malicious intent.
No, everybody left me at the church.
Yeah. If do you think you would have been the kind of kid that like if you were offered candy you would have hopped in the van?
Probably not. If I was just like offered candy, like, "You kid, you want some candy?" Probably not. That'd have been weird. But like, if somebody comes to the church and they're like, "Hey, yeah, we all went to the reception and they forgot you. There's nobody else here except for you at this church. So like, let's go." Well, we're gonna go there because nobody knew where you were.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Look, I was a very genius child. Very genius. Much genius. Super smart.
I'm gonna defend you. I don't think that that was your fault.
You're just gonna be on my side because you like me.
Not just
Okay,
that.
what if I was Logan? What'd you say?
What would I say if you were him? I mean, like, everyone left you at the church, right?
Yeah,
So then you hopped in his car because everyone had left you.
everyone left me, and I knew him. I knew that he was my parents' wedding singer, or at the very least, he sang at my parents' wedding something. I don't know if he was like a full-on wedding singer or not, but he was there. I recognized him.
Yeah, I don't think I can blame you for that. It's very much just like I think as a kid I would have just assumed, oh, I guess they left me with this person to take me.
Yeah, I thought I
They're
was
my
just like, I
ride.
guess he's my ride.
Yeah, 100%. I can see exactly that. I can see your thought process.
I didn't think it was an outrageous thought process. They still got upset that I. They still got upset that I got into a car with a stranger. And understandably so. But, you know, in they were all, everybody was distracted. Everybody was distracted. Everybody thought I was with somebody else. It's a thing that happened.
It's very easy to lose a kid.
Hmm. As a kid who got lost. Like, another time, it wasn't like I get kidnapped or anything. This other time, my we went to Lowe's. It's the, you know, it's like Bunnings.
Yeah, yeah.
We went to Lowe's and um, my mom lost me and my sister because does Bunnings have like those giant rolls of carpet
I believe so. Yeah,
that are
I
on
believe
like
there is
big
no on that.
spinning wheels?
Maybe not like that.
They can roll out, so you can
I
like
don't know. I
unroll the
haven't been
carpet.
down that carpet
So,
aisle.
anyways, they had these big rolling, spinning things of carpet, right? So, as children, me and my sister decided to get on them and ride them like a fucking horse and like hold on for dear life because they spun, you know. So, we're just like hanging on to them and spinning in circles. And my mom's looking for us. She can't fucking find us. So, she winds up going to the front and she's like, Aiko. I'm like, well, I'm giving you guys my, that's not my name, but
That would have been very weird if she was saying that name.
I'm just gonna go through all my internet names from 2001. Hold on, Usul Trainer 2001. That's a real name, by the way. That was my Neopets name.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you were using like this name for Neopets or one of the other ones on you, but like, yeah, it makes sense. You had a just completely different name for Neopets.
Hmm.
I need to wait for these strawberry wines to finish before I can.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I do not blame you at all for
getting into cars with strangers.
get into cars with strangers.
At
No.
least I am still alive. I will give me that. Not currently dead. I made it. My standards are so low. I still am alive.
I love you. You're amazing.
Yeah. Oh no, no.
What do I want?
This is what I mean when I say sometimes that you're a yes man. Okay? You should absolutely not be like, yeah, I can understand why you got into cars with strangers, Tristan.
What?
There's no excuse to get into cars with strangers.
I
He was very.
definitely would have failed and gotten in the car like, candy? Yes, yes, please.
Good Lord. We're both messes, man.
Meal bait.
If I can cook anything. Egg,
Like
fruits
bait bits.
platter. Nope. Nothing else.
Where did my bait go?
So many like little plants. Take that. The sheer fucking panic of me trying to fix my storage or fix. I was like, everything's disappearing.
You were in a massive state of panic. I haven't seen that in a while. Where did my bait go?
Fucked up. Fucked up, man.
Did this kitty on my shed eat my bait? Must have been one of these sheds.
The two sheds I need now are one for kegs and one for storage, actually.
Let me just do this.
In the meantime, I will use inside my house for storage. No, I won't. I'm just gonna put this in here temporarily because this is shit. I want to decorate. Maybe I will upgrade my house. Nope, can't afford it.
I genuinely don't know where my bait went.
I can give you bait. I might have it. I don't know. I was dropping a bunch of shit.
No, I mean, like, I moved my bait chest
Yeah.
and it had like 400 and something bait inside of it.
I have 92 bait in my inventory and
And I don't know where it went. Bait.
another full stack of bait in here. And then I have my fishing poles filled. Do you want bait? I have so much bait.
No, I don't really care. I'm just confused at where it went.
One might say that I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. Let's not. Let's not make that joke.
Oh, there it is. I found it. Apparently, it was in my inventory the entire time, and I just had to uh, sell something or put something in the shipping bin for it to appear.
That's weird.
Like, yeah, that slot was empty before. I'm gonna set up along the back here. This could probably just be something like that. Eventually, I'm gonna have a proper dedicated chest for things.
That's good.
Not like a storage bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me one of those. I am currently working on just like organizing stuff right now. I have a processing chest. I want a keg or a processing shed, a keg shed, and a storage shed.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna rename this category Tristan Shed. Keg Shed. Keg. Yeah. We do have separate sheds. They're not all tied to one shed.
What do you mean? I didn't think they were tied to one shed. I
Let me
thought they had the same.
And the floor layout's different as well.
Tristan's keg shed.
Yeah.
How'd you rename that?
When you go to rename a chest, you can rename the entire category. When did I figure that out? Just then.
That's awesome.
I was wondering if I could do that at all. The answer was yes.
I love it.
I need your love. I need your love.
So
I am wanting something to do with this chest. Oh yes,
now
uncooked ingredients.
I'm on a naming. Oh my god, I could put all of my stuff at the top just by naming everything Aiko's something.
You can.
Feeling for you. Okay. Oh shit.
Food and cooking ingredients. No, not that one.
Oh. What? Oh, my what? Oh, the farmhouse refuses to be renamed. I mean, it doesn't, but it does at the same time. So like, I'm gonna just, I'm just gonna put those back. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's because I have to have everything within the same category.
Maybe? I don't know.
No, I'm not even fucking with it when it comes to farmhouse.
I think I can rename my cabin, but
Just,
your
uh,
it's probably coded in some way that
no,
like
there's multiple dressers. Oh, hold on, no, no, no. Yeah, like, okay. I'm gonna leave farmhouse and Heartblossom farm alone because I think I would have to, because they got multiple chests involved.
yeah.
Hello? Hello, Captain Europe. How are you doing? 2 days of plushy chaos. Fabulous. Fantastic. There's another sleep in the trap. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get
Yeah, I got the adorable one and Tristan the cool dude. Don't do that. Oh my god.
it. Aww.
It thinks I'm cool.
You're cool.
I'm gonna cry.
Never mind. I changed my mind.
I'm so manly.
Am I stinky today? I'm 80% stinky.
Oh my
Look, don't come over here,
god,
man.
stinky am I?
Don't come over
Stinky. Oh, nice.
here.
I'm happy. Also, you can't tell me what to do.
Summit Farmhouse #1, as opposed to. Oh, yours is shed #1. Look at that, babe. Babe, see how you have. Babe, stop trying to sniff me. Look, you see how it says Tristan's keg shed here? Also check that, see? Because this isn't. No, this isn't mine. That's yours. So that's why I've said you're gonna have to like rename it for all of the stuff in that shed. It'll keep the category. You're just gonna have to rename it for everything in the shed. It's gonna be really super annoying when we have our storage sheds. Job hunt, I believe in you. Do your lurky thing. You can do a lurky. Do a lurky and I'll know that you're job hunting. And I believe in you. Proud of you. Even if you don't get a job, I'm still proud of you.
Okay, okay. I see how. Okay, see.
You can CC?
I see. Yeah, good luck in the job hunt. Sometimes hunt of job be job hunt. Wise words from Tristan.
To do
Don't listen to
this.
me. I'm insane.
Getting ready to move my the look up anything, and then I'm going to do the tile lookups again. Save. And then I come over here. I'm gonna do this. This says, oh, 54. Yeah, 54. So if I come into here, into the options, scroll down, mod options, and then I go down to integrated minecarts, and then I scroll down to where it says where my farmhouse is.
Yeah. How are you doing, Captain Europe? I hope you've been good. God damn that. Freaking
50
tree.
and 4. Save.
That's not gonna work there.
Yep, there we go. That looks much better.
That'll
Should we
work there.
move one more over? Let's test it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this really quick. Yesterday's dinner, today's lunch. It's a me spaghetti. I love it.
I love leftovers.
Got that.
Leftovers make me happy.
49. Sorry, I'm just saying random numbers. Don't mind me. 783, 64, 22.
What do the numbers mean? Mason, what do the numbers mean? That's a Call of Duty reference. I said Judy and
Babe,
not
come here for a
duty.
second.
In game or real life? Real life? Okay. Someone wants a key.
Oh my god. Which one looks better? Which one looks better? Minecart. Yeah. This one's moved over one tile. This one's moved this way. This one. Shed. No, the greenhouse. I feel like because the greenhouse is so big, this one might be better.
I think so. Because it's gonna be like properly visible, whereas there it could be getting sort of blocked by roof.
So if you want to change my farm one, you go down, you scroll down, babe. Babe.
Yeah.
You scroll down to integrated minecarts and then scroll all the way down to where the farm ones are, and then go down to the Four Corners farm, and then change it to cart entrance 50 and 4.
Integrated Minecrafts, go down to the
Four Corners.
four corners. Where's the four corners one?
The farm options.
There it is. Cart entrance. You had cart entrance or cart entrance narrow.
Cart entrance
Cart entrance and chords.
50 and then 4.
Okay, cool. Just moved it over 5 tiles. Cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna eventually have to go up to Ridgeside Valley because it is raining and I think it's a good time to gather mist blooms. Okay, I could not remember if I needed wood. I do. How's everybody in chat doing today? I'm curious. You don't have a job for me? Weep weep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm poor. If I had a job, I would. Although we were kind of talking about that earlier.
We
Not for
were
you
talking.
specifically, but like, just like eventually getting to the point where we register our names as or the Heartblossoms as
As a company.
because at some point we are actually gonna want to make this a viable career. And so once we register as a company, we'll have the option of hiring employees.
It's just like when.
I understand.
I think on the mill's
2,
there.
3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be double road.
But yeah, we were having a big conversation because of
I was trying to fill
Redbubble.
out stuff for Redbubble, and Redbubble's like, "Do you have a business number?" And I'm like, "No."
An ABN. Yeah, it's asking if you have a ABN if you're registered as a
Australian
business.
business number? And I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, not that cool."
Let me move these. So slow moving around on the farm too. Oh wait, no, I can move the mouse to the edge of
2,
the screen. It
3,
goes faster.
4,
Nice.
5. Hoping it will go good, you two with business. Yeah, well, we haven't got the business yet. We're just kind of just chatting about it.
Yeah.
I know some people stream for a hobby, but I'm trying to make a career.
Yeah.
Mostly because I like Tristan and I want to stay home with him.
Yeah, I like
And it has
Aiko and I
nothing
want
to
to stay
do with
home
the
as
fact
well.
that, I can't work a typical job because of my borderline. Nothing to do with that at all. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. You two are together, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, you're alright too, yeah. Yes, we are married. Yes.
I don't even know now. I'm wondering if he was asking if we were just like physically together now.
Physically together, yes, we are
We are
physically
also
together.
physically together
I kissed her just before.
just a minute ago.
Mm.
It happened because he's gross. It's gross. Nasty.
Except my cooties.
Disgusting cooties.
Uh, with that, like that. This one has batteries, which
Well, that's there. Future proofing for Jim in the nose.
I love my wife and everyone must know. It is a requirement.
Okay,
I need to.
okay, let's see. I'm trying to like do that. I can keep it more natural. Yeah, let's use that.
Like the avatars? Like me and a bin upside down. You like me being up here? Down here? Over here?
Yeah, it's
I
your
don't know.
new home.
I feel seen. Yeah, I need to wait until the first to just like properly adjust my crop areas.
Why?
My brain is not working with the with tilled soil and my strawberries everywhere.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
do you want your pickaxe back?
No, no, no.
Okay.
Not yet. But there's other things I have to move as well, and I have to just wait for like my kegs to finish producing. I'm not gonna break them all to lose the strawberries.
My farm might look highly inefficient right now. Inefficient, not inefficient. But there's a method to my madness because eventually I will be able to have Junimos. There's a thing that the wizard does where you can have Junimos, right, at your farm
Mm-hmm.
and they will do your farm for you, which is super cute, right? Well,
Mm.
um, they will only do that in a certain area. And if you can just, and also, like, I also, like, am the way I have them set up is like 5 by 5, so I can upgrade um, to iridium sprinklers.
Yeah, we're not gonna have a problem with upgrading to
No,
iridium.
the only concern I have right now with iridium is I don't have any batteries.
Yep, that is that. Yeah, that is a concern. I should check what the weather is gonna be like tomorrow, because we've just been
It's
getting
sunny,
rain and
sunny
not
day.
thunder.
Yeah, it's windy tomorrow.
Ah, what's the luck right now? Oh, horrible.
That's fine.
Okay, so chapters. Oh, okay. So currently in this chapter. Oh, okay.
What?
I'm finally looking in the Sword and Sorcery book,
Yeah.
and the next Matteo event, I require 2 hearts with him.
Oh, we actually have to friend him. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. If you look in the book, you can see chapters, and then it'll tell you like what you have to do.
He's been sitting there waiting for me to give him shit, and I've just been like, "Hi," and then walking away.
Whenever I'm saying stuff adorable and cool and stuff like that, I'm usually talking about what I hear on the screen or see and hear on screen. I know. Aiko is very adorable, isn't she? She's the adorablest. She's so cute. I want to marry her again. Don't laugh at me.
Gay.
She's calling me gay. And she's correct, but only for you. When she says I'm gay, it's because she doesn't know what else to say. She's not used to excessive amounts of love. Get used to it, bitch.
Oh,
I'm letting them know about all your secrets.
tell everybody about my secret. I say you're gay because you're gay.
Exclamation mark. Pup. Oh my god. We've been pupped.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I. Neither do
What
I.
is the pup? Oops.
Right, sweet pea. Snow yam, crocus. Oh. You can press F1 on the things inside inside the community center like bundles to actually see what they are. I was hoping that it would tell me like if it's possible to get them, like the winter forageables in this season from somewhere. It did not tell me. Gotta go up to Ridgeside. Is this place open? Can I enter? Oh, it's closed on rainy days. Okay.
What's closed on rainy days?
Peekers in Ridgeside. Makes sense. It is like an outdoor restaurant.
Wolf snapper is the name of the fish.
Yeah, Wolf Snapper is the name of it.
Okay.
And then whoops. I need to upgrade and get the kitchen. That's gonna be my plan to do. When we
Robins, yeah.
yeah.
I'm still working on stuff. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Take time.
Use some of
You'll.
this empty space in here. I think I'm gonna upgrade the shed. No, yes, no. I'm just gonna build another shed. Assuming I have enough wood for it.
I just got to basically wait a bunch of time for my strawberry wine to finish.
Strawberry wine.
17.
What I like it here is that you two are calm players and are playing at your own pace. Yeah, so much in fact, we just pause the game. Shush, don't tell anybody. Time isn't going. There's no time moving. We're just vibing. But thank you, that means a lot.
Yeah, we just take things at our own pace. It's like
I was
This
getting
is
I was getting a little tired of the chaos. I needed a break.
yeah. Sometimes things are chaos and high energy,
And that's
but
fine, but sometimes
not
you
all the time.
just want to chill out.
Yeah.
How big is the shed?
It just depends on the day and what game we're playing. Like Stardew is just a very cozy game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect.
I don't have the bait I need for that.
Do you want to run up there really quick, Dr. Robin? I don't know what I need for the shed. What do I need for the shed? I guess it doesn't matter. I could just get it right up there.
Shed, a brand new shed, 15k and 300 wood.
Okay, cool. It's that kind of streamer that calmed me down, and sometimes it's nice to have the opposite. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If I
Yeah,
want the opposite, I'll go watch like. Yeah, I haven't wanted to watch the opposite lately, but like Chibi Doki. That's some very high energy.
I see what I need to upgrade my cabin. 450 pieces of wood. Okay, let me get them. No, this one.
So I found out something about this song. Okay, I used to think it said "Go Little Rock Star." It does not say that. It says Pope. Pope is a rock star.
Oh.
I thought it said Go, little rock star. I thought that's what it was saying, like encouraging
Oh.
somebody. No, Pope is a rock star.
Oh, I have no clue. Oh, okay, you're in the. Okay, I think if you're in that screen to place a building, you're good. You can like take as much time as long as you don't leave that screen.
Okay.
So I'm gonna build this. Okay, and then you can place yours. Yeah.
Cool. I'm even following someone that have ADHD as well. Complete opposite. Yeah, for sure. Should have heard me yesterday. Yes. Well, I think you were here yesterday. Yeah, you were here yesterday. I was very chaotic yesterday.
Yeah, Aiko's mind was all over the place.
It happens sometimes. Like I think most of the time we're chill.
Most of the time it's a cozy, chill vibe place here.
Then there's occasionally weird. Do we think that Marnie is working today?
Oh no. Captain Europe got eaten by ad jail.
No.
Money is at the ranch at the very least.
Good. Hmm. Duck. Oh my
Quack.
god, I get to pick a duck. These look like chickens.
Oh no. Oh no. I need to go and cut more wood. I turned it all into coal.
I think I'm gonna make her standard duck duck.
Okay, so if what can you do with sap?
Juice.
Fertilizer.
He's gonna be a duck.
I will actually make this into a
Oh,
ton
and
of
there's a goat. Okay, who's the goat? We need to know who the goat is. Goat. Would we say Millie's the goat? Do I need a goat? Yeah, probably. Specifically goat milk. Goat. Welcome back.
Welcome back at jail.
We were
You have
talking
a
about how I'm usually pretty chaotic, or no, I'm not usually chaotic. We're usually pretty calm, but occasionally we have chaotic moments, like
yeah.
yesterday, because
Yeah.
mania. And now I'm trying to figure out who the goat is.
You're the goat of my heart.
Yay.
Um yeah, who would be the goat? Captain Europe maybe?
Could be the goat. Or I could make Captain Europe a bunny. Ow. Ow is the goat.
Ow is the goat.
Ah, fuck, I didn't even choose the kind of goat. What were my options? So many goat options. Just went with the first one. Oh my god. I'm gonna go sell that goat and get another goat. Well, now I'll
No.
just get another goat, name it Owl too, and then sell the other goat.
Ow's so goated that they come times two.
They're so cute. This one there's a floppy ear variant. I can't pass up the floppy ear variant, babe.
Oh, you really can't. Um uh what do I need to do? What do I need to do? Okay, I can't talk with Emily because when I had the cutscene, I put her back into her room.
Um,
But I do need to gift
if
her
you
something.
can remind me to pause time, I can progress time after I buy Owl.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. I'll run over to which gem should I give her?
Whatever you want. She's not very picky. Thanks.
Oh,
I don't know why I said thanks. Like I wasn't just like scared.
thank you for
Thank you
terrifying.
for terrifying me. I really appreciate it. Black, dark brown, kind of
Thank you for
grayish.
soiling my pants. I'm eternally
Come here,
grateful.
babe. I need you to help me pick out who Ow is.
Give
I
me.
think it's one of these spotted goats because it's kind of adorable. It also kind of looks like a dog. I think this light colored one's really nice. You can suggest a game. I will be honest about whether or not I feel like I'd enjoy it. But
Yeah, that's a cute goat. It's a really cute goat.
yeah, but what color? I don't want the black one because it'll look like a cow.
No. Maybe brown? Well, that would still be cow-like.
Okay, maybe we don't do this one then. Maybe we do because there's.
Demon goat?
I'm not gonna make out demon goat. What's that? That's very strange looking. Is better with floppy?
We definitely need floppy goat.
Floppy is necessary.
But yeah,
That face is
we
weird.
accept game suggestions. We even have a game suggestion, well, as well as like just feedbacks and things in the Discord as a suggestions and
What about
feedbacks
this goat?
thread, I believe.
This goat?
Oh, yeah, that's a cute goat.
Okay,
I like
this
that.
one now. I'm gonna go sell the other goat. I only had to waste 4,000 for it. Yeah. But
Just tell that
tell
goat
me
that
what
it's
game,
only
what
love.
game I need to know. If it's
Yeah,
Haven, we already downloaded it. If it's Where Winds Meet, we already downloaded it and we tested it, and it might make our computers explode.
that's gonna be a
Probably off stream.
maybe off stream, but if we're gonna test that one on stream, it's very much
Might just be a one time thing.
could be one time, could be like no like no Lumia and tits and
Pinktuber and
pink poopers and like
Outbound. I've seen that. I've seen Outbound.
outbound.
Outbound? I've seen Outbound, yes.
We looked at outbound, I think. Um maybe
Outbound.
outbound. Yeah, it's the
Yeah, we did install that.
we do have that.
We did install that one too.
Yeah, it's
We
created
had
for
a
the Game
whole
Pass.
last conversation about that game. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, we did
Yeah,
install that. We have that
yeah,
installed.
we have that installed. We have that.
We had a conversation about it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm actually kind of glad you said something about that because I was apprehensive about playing it because I was like, well, I don't know what the point is. Like, I love the base building type aspect of games like that, but also I feel like there has to be a reason for it, you know? And I didn't feel like there was like a reason necessarily for that other than it seems really fucking cozy, you know? And I'm not against the idea of playing a cozy game for the sake of playing a cozy game, but like I didn't think anybody would care. I didn't think anybody would be interested in it. That actually pleases me. That actually makes me happy.
Yeah, if people are interested in it, we will happily play that. Um,
No, Fido escaped. I don't know why I care. I don't.
my love, can you please unpause for Emily?
Yes, I forgot. Thank you.
You're gonna leave your room, Emily.
Okay, but when I set the mod options, it paused at. Hold on.
Oh, it pauses and just stays
Yeah, it
at
won't let
12.
me unpause it, so I'm gonna turn that off. We learned something. That's all.
So we just gotta be a bit more. Um,
I guess if like in particular moments where it's like, oh, I need to make sure that I do this, then you can go into the mod options and be like, just set it and forget it.
yeah, you could like set it for so you don't like miss festivals and things like that.
Yeah. But like that was just like for individual days.
Yeah, it's not great because you already have a toggle pause play. You can pause now. yeah, be happy to play Outbound at some point.
Yeah, not today,
Yeah.
because today is Stardew. And like, honestly, I was totally prepared to play another game today. And then I got this idea to like redo my entire fucking farm. And I was like, well, I want to redo my farm. And Tristan's like, but we need to take a nap. And I'm like, I want to redo my farm. And so we took a nap. Tristan's the boss.
We would be like we're groggy because we just woke up. We would be crashing by now if we were
Not taking naps.
yeah.
We'll get better about it.
And even if we don't, hey, it's like we could always just have a somewhat more flexible stream schedule.
We'll see. I do like the idea of having a like a stringent sleep schedule just because like I'm really bad at remembering to
Mm-hmm.
take my meds.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have been very bad at taking our meds lately. Some of these are finished up. Good, good, good. Some of these are gonna take ages still. Okay, good to know. Can't really do anything in my base until they go. So oh wow,
Hmm.
I just realized we have to grow. We're not gonna be able to continue the uh, ridgewood,
Until we
ridge.
do the rare seeds. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I said that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
That was
said
just
I said that's gonna have to wait till we get a greenhouse.
greenhouse or fall. Honestly, greenhouse probably will be quicker. Maybe actually no, I don't know.
Greenhouse or what?
Can't you plant the rare seeds in fall?
You can plant the rare seeds whenever. You just need to do it at the beginning of a season.
Ah, okay. Which shadow roots?
Two, three, four.
I think I'm going to uh what am
We
I am
started playing the game a few weeks ago. Is it nice? Whoa, a few weeks ago. How long does it take to play it? I would have thought it was like a one and done. Is it not like that?
I'm gonna work on combat stuff.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have my pickaxe. You still using my pickaxe?
Yeah, just
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I do need wood. I can get wood. That's what I can do. But yeah, it does started playing the game a few weeks ago on Switch. How replayable is it? Is there like a long overarching story, or is it?
no, no. That does not mean throw away my seeds.
It wants to eat your seeds. Yum
Gosh,
yum yum.
stop eating my seeds.
Bad seeds.
That's what I want to do. I'd love to just toss all my ancient seeds and 481
Yeah.
star fruit seeds right in the trash. I don't need that.
Wow. Mario loves crab cakes, so I'm gonna give him some crab cakes. Uh, food. No, it's in my cabin. Cooked food. Crab cake. What? What the fuck, Mario?
What?
I gave him a crab cake
Yeah,
because it's one of his love gifts.
yeah.
And You need to experience this. You need. He's in the mine currently. You need to give him a crab cake. I can give you a crab cake to give him.
Okay. Milky, how you doing? Okay, so you said that because of the automate thing, I can use the workbench with any.
As long as it's connected. Yeah. Oh wow, you can set up connectors. Like you can enable brick floors
Yeah, I just haven't
to.
done that.
use-
Oh my God, that's awesome, Milky.
Oh my gosh.
That's so cool. Doesn't seem like a big deal to some people. It's awesome. I'm excited.
That is amazing.
You're my mom for a whole year. Oh my God, that's right. He's technically been a mod longer than that, but I timed him. It took away his mod.
Sunshine, lollipops, and
You did.
rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oh, yay. Okay, should I leave the skeleton? Oh, I'm just gonna put it down here. There we go.
My wife has got another follower.
Okay, hold on. I will experience in a moment. I wanna see. Yeah, I can. Holy shit, that's wild. It's kind of cool. I'll do that in the storage room whenever I make that. I mean, I'm currently trying to make it. It's right here. But now these are gonna get put here.
Oh no. Did they adjust things with that message? It's what, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 15 characters over.
Yeah. No, that was me. I'm just dumb.
So it's always been like that?
Yeah.
I've just been.
Look, I had too much to say. I
We
wanted.
want everyone to feel welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome and loved.
Couldn't just leave it something short. I basically wanted. Look, I have difficulty restricting what it is I want to say. I type novels, motherfucker.
Oh, you did say you're really good at writing essays and stuff like that.
I did say that.
Got trees on Grahamsland Field near the top.
Where?
I don't know. I'm checking Grahamsland Field.
Oh, I don't know. I thought I got them yesterday.
That's what's happened to them.
What?
You got them yesterday.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's more than fine. I'm trying to find something to do that isn't just fish.
I'll tell you, bro.
Well, the forest might have had some. No, it's not fully regrown yet. Yeah, not yet. Uh,
That works. I have to go get these things.
maybe up here. Yeah, I think we've done an amazing job of just deforesting.
Yep. Yep. There's no trees.
If they are, they're in really weird locations where we can't get to with a minecart. Welcome back, Milky.
You left. What did you leave?
Oh,
I
no,
was making a
these.
joke. It's just
Ah,
I misread that as tit stain.
don't worry, my love. I've called myself tit stain before. Josh sometimes calls me tit stain.
What the fuck? What's wrong with you guys? There's something
Oh
wrong
my
with y'all.
god,
But you guys are family now.
I've become double.
What do you mean?
He said tit stains.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more than one.
Well,
You can spell unlocked. I'm a stain upon your tits. Whose tits? Whoever's asking.
okay.
Yeah. Whoever calls me it, that's who that's who I'm a stain upon. God's tits.
You guys are broken. You guys are fucking broken.
Yes. Don't say you don't like it. You chose to marry me after all. Life would be boring without some weirdos in it. Oh, Milky apparently did the thing you told him to do yesterday. Or you
I
told
don't
him
know
to
what I told him to do yesterday.
drugs?
Stop.
No. It would have been. What did
Stop putting frozen tears in here.
Oh, Strem. He stremmed.
Oh, I'm proud of you. Good job.
We missed it.
I did miss it,
Ken
yes.
Barbarian said meow.
Meow from a himbo.
Bo, how you doing, hon?
Hello, himbo.
Stop putting frozen gems in my crystalary. Further Rizzler, you're so skibbity, you're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here, give me your Ohio. Don't you guys love that? You guys are sick. Disgusting.
It's been a while since I've heard that. Yeah, hello, hello, welcome in,
Disappearance, kinda
himbo.
cute.
How you doing?
Oh my god, for the Rizzler, you're so skibbity, you're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here, give me your Ohio. You guys are torturing me.
Ken Barbarian
So
said
rude.
in like, hey, what's up, hello.
What's up? Hello. Why am I still getting hit? Why did it feel like you threw that threw way more plushies than just two? You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Oh my god. Yeah, for the Rizzler.
Oh my god,
You're
you
so
threw something at me.
skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio.
Yeah, I think there was an update to Twitch and it just ruined all the cooldowns.
I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here, give me your Ohio. Sticking out your gap, the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're
My
so
soul.
fantastic. I just wanna be your
It hurts it every time she says it.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Give me your Ohio.
Oh my lord.
You kinda smell
You're welcome, honey.
like a baka.
Happy birthday. I want a fish here. Why am I so far back? Yeah, I think Twitch had an update or something with
I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me
she's leaning
your
back and now
Ohio.
staring at the roof. She got overwhelmed. Love you, babe.
Because of their cooldowns.
Yeah, they used to have a like a 5 minute
Nobody
cooldown.
ever talks to me. What do you mean cooldowns?
I swear some of them used to have a cooldown.
They did used to have a cooldown, but then when I set up through Lumia, I was like, I don't care about the cooldowns at the moment because like nobody talks to me anyways. I was feeling, look, depression is a bitch. Okay, I get depressed and I forget to put cooldowns. Okay, it's called neglect. It's called neglecting your mental health. Good lord.
It's okay, honey. Now you know that Milky and Himbo love you.
Yes, I know Milky and Imbo love me, but I have always known that. Depression's just a bitch.
Milton4685 said cooldown like the Vanilla Ice
Cooldown
song
like the
or
Vanilla
what?
Ice
Yeah,
song or what?
yeah, like that exactly. Ice, ice, baby.
Ice, ice, baby.
Let's put things that don't stack first in here.
It takes so long to fish without bait.
Why don't you have bait? Oh, because it's Saturday. Get your ass over here. I told you. Oh my God. Tristan.
What? What? What did it do?
Look at my screen. Look at this. Do you need bait?
No, I don't need bait. I just need to put it on. I've got a ton of bait too. Where's my bait? There we go.
It takes so long to fish without bait, he says, with a pocket full of bait.
I just want to be lazy.
I have no words. Shooketh.
I should buy more bait, yeah.
I didn't buy that bait, I'll have you know. I made that bait. And because time is constantly going, even if time isn't moving. Look at this shit. In my shed. Where's my shed? Oh, I named it processing shed, right? I had 136 more bait.
Yippee!
Think I need more bait on top of that.
I think you do, yeah.
Just not enough, I understand.
Do you get enough moss to make the deluxe bait collector thingy?
I don't know, actually. I'll check in a minute. I'm
Like
still trying to
30.
like organize my storage because
Ah,
that shit got borked after the
after
incident.
the incident where you tried to sell everything on purpose.
No, not on purpose.
Yeah, definitely on purpose.
Kick your ass.
Bring it.
You need your ass kicked.
My ass is looking for a beating.
Tristan!
What? What? What?
Nothing. Nothing, babe. Nothing, babe. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't know what I said, but I'm worried.
Nothing, babe. You're good. Golden.
I think she's a pervert. I love her anyway.
Raw
Like
egg.
Frankie.
Hentai?
Raw eggs or hard-boiled toast? Ooh.
Ugh. I don't think there's a good option here.
I think I'll take hard-boiled toast because hard-boiled can also mean just like really macho.
I will go with raw eggs because protein. And I could just like plug my nose. I've eaten raw oysters. I think I can handle some raw eggs.
Yeah, technically you shouldn't because you can get salmonella.
Okay.
But no, that's not trash.
I'll just use my free health care.
True, you are in a country with that.
What's the point in having free health care if you don't use it?
Famous last
Eggs
words.
is salmon free. I can promise you that. Good, good. Speaking of salmon, I have a question for you guys, okay? At the nearby cafe, they have bagels with salmon and cream cheese on them. Is that
We think it's cream cheese. We don't
I
actually know.
think
We haven't
I
asked
think
them.
that it would be cream cheese. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Because like that sounds really nasty.
It is a thing. Okay, cool.
Bagel and lox? What is lox?
Popular in Simsland?
Shut up.
Oh, in New York. New York? Delaware? I don't know.
I don't see where it says. Oh, it says lox bagel.
Oh, Lox is Sam. Okay.
Lox and bagels traditionally consist of an open-faced bagel topped with cream cheese, thinly sliced red onions, briny capers, and lox. Wait, so it's not salmon?
Lox is salmon.
Oh,
Um,
it looks
it.
nasty though.
Can I have a look?
Oh.
Get a picture of it.
No, I just meant in general. This picture looks better than it does at the places.
No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like it's literally
It
just
just
salmon and
is
cream
just
cheese.
salmon and cream cheese. I mean, there might be more stuff on it, but it looks like it's literally just salmon and cream cheese.
Yeah, like their eggs Benny bagel is literally just eggs and bacon.
Yeah.
And maybe like the scent of
No, there's a
of
bagel.
hollandaise.
Sorry. Salmon, cream cheese, and a bagel. Yes, you're right. I should have mentioned.
Yeah, it's there's one thing that's good there to eat, and we have found it, and that is all we're gonna eat there.
It's delicious
long
and
as we
it's
have it.
fantastic and beautiful and wonderful, and I love it so much. This is called tools, gems, seeds,
If you're wondering, it's
seed,
chicken pesto and cheese on a bagel
with sun-dried tomatoes.
with sun-dried tomatoes, tomato dragons.
Everything's weird here to me. They've got like, I don't know, lots of weird stuff, I guess. It's not that crazy. Could be worse.
Oh, like a big thing. Tams? You want to try some Tams? I don't know what Tams are.
Tim Tams?
If it's Tim Tams, then that's just chocolate. I mean, if you really want something weird, then get a deep fried Tim Tam. To be fair, in Scotland they have deep fried Mars bars. They have those here too as well.
Tamatas. Tamatas. Tamales, you
Like-
mean? Tamatas? Yeah, I don't know what a tamatas is. A tamale, maybe? I'm not sure that you'd find a lot of tamales in the big city.
Tomatoes with an accent.
Oh. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Look. Oh. Ew, Shane's putting flounder on pizza?
Is that what he was using it for?
Yeah.
That disgusting prick. If you're gonna put any fish on a pizza, then don't do flounder.
That's definitely weird.
Like I could see like I could see salmon or tuna being good on a pizza.
No. Nope, I disagree. I said because I was not paying attention, but no, you're wrong. Gross.
With some pineapple.
Blech.
Aiko did try some pineapple on pizza, and she does not like it.
Would you rather the last pickle of the season or a pizza, but instead of bread they use minnows? Last pickle of the season. I don't even know what last pickle of the season means, but would rather take that.
I don't know what last pick of the season means either. Is it just the most vinegary one? Also, pickles don't really grow seasonally.
That was what I thought.
Cucumbers do, and then you pickle them, and that's how you get pickles. It's the least vinegary one. Oh, then that makes sense that it's the last pickle of the season because it's the one that's been in the pickling process the least. Cucumbers are nice. If it tastes more like cucumber, that's great.
What the fuck am I just? What did I just write?
You okay, honey?
I literally wrote the word buildingeries.
Buildingeries.
I was thinking of buildables, and I could not. I was like builderies, buildinables.
How do you even spell it?
I spelled it buildingeries.
Buildingeries. That could honestly be an Australian town somewhere.
The least vinegary one. So like
So more cucumbery.
just like a slightly vinegary cucumber.
Buildingeries. No, it is nothing, unfortunately. It just says building companies because it thinks it's a typo. We need to start a building company called Buildingeries.
Mm-hmm.
Or invent a product called a dingery, and we
Hire
make the
someone
CEO
named
as
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah.
Bill can be the CEO. We're just the owners. Would you rather eat a sodium-rich chicken breast or a Bill's Special Mustard? I think I'll take a Bill's Special Mustard. It's a bit of a one-of-a-kind product. Oh my god, that lip is great. Yum, 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 yum.
All right, we've got Bill's Farm Mustard and then Bill's Hot Mustard. Bill's Specialty Sauces, Bill's Hot Mustard. Okay, hold on here. Hold on. We're on to something. So it is, if I'm not mistaken, Bill's Specialty Sauces and there's Bill's Hot Mustard. So is that Bill's Special Mustard? Hold on a second. Nope. It says it's hot mustard is flavorful with a mild heat that works well on ham or turkey sandwiches. It can also be used as a basting sauce on pork roast or baked ham. For the purist, it can be eaten as a dip with pretzels on hot dogs, bratwurst. Ooh, that would taste so good on bratwurst, though.
I think I'll take Bill's Special Mustard.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, sodium-rich chicken breast? Just...
That sounds like all American chicken breast. Because they just pump it full of soda, just fucking salt water. All right.
salt water
I'm gonna take
and
mine.
glaze it in sugar and butter. Wrap it in bacon. Isn't that like... Oh, yes, they do, yeah. Yeah, we were. There was a big scandal where they were pumping meats full of water here to fake the weight.
They're like, you just understand it. You want meat without watering. You gotta get the organic kind, and it's more expensive. Why does this meal feels very vinegary?
Making a full course meal for these? Okay, so we got last pickle of the season with
Hot mustard
with Bill's Special
and raw
Mustard.
eggs.
You've got raw eggs. I've got hard boiled toast.
Yeah, but that implies like boiled, like water. Wet toast. You got bread. You got wet, soggy toast.
Yeah, there are some cultures that just put vinegar on everything. I've seen people
I
have
was
like
about to say you're Polish, but instead of saying Polish, I was getting ready to say Polynesian. That's the same thing, right?
completely different. One's the star of the movie Moana, and the other the other one was captured by Germany in World War II.
Which one do you think he was then? What do you think Milky is, Polish or Polynesian?
I think Milky is Polynesian. He was Moana in the movie
You're
Moana.
Moana? You could say Middle Eastern European, so this isn't even shocking at this point. Oh, really? Look, we're not a very black people. We just live here.
Middle Eastern Europeans. Is there part of no? The Middle East is like southwestern. No,
Tristan don't
it's
know.
all Western
Tristan don't
Asian.
know. He don't know. He don't know.
Who are you calling Middle Eastern Europeans?
He don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know where to fuck. What are these? Spice berries.
Would you rather have a chicken soup jelly or ox tailbone marrow? Now, ox tailbone marrow probably is an actual dish in China. Yeah, Middle East, southwest of Asia. I think basically the cutoff for the Middle East is Turkey.
I like turkey.
Yeah, you have it on Subway.
Is that what we're trying to say? Would I rather have turkey? Would I rather have chicken soup jelly or turkey? Chicken soup jelly is a real Polish dish. That sounds nasty.
Yes, I have heard of that. Chicken
Oh
soup jelly,
wait,
yeah.
I fucking saw what's his face make that shit.
It
Bop,
it's
B Boris.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
looked very
it's
gross.
just
I
like
said he couldn't
a
pay me to eat that shit.
gelatinous chicken soup. Or ox tailbone marrow, which I'm almost certain is an actual Chinese dish. Or if not Chinese, then like the area around China. And I think it's a delicacy or
Seems
something.
like it is not for me,
Mongolian?
fam. I'll take the oxtail
I think I'll
marrow.
take the chicken soup jelly. But yeah,
You're brave. You're so brave.
look, I just like chicken and I'm not a fan of red meats, and an oxtail is, I imagine, just a tougher cow.
I'm laughing because that's what I imagine about boar, and it's actually pretty accurate.
With a free spite of spirit vinegar. Oh, so I get haunted by vinegar too? Nice.
So stupid.
I love you too, baby. Most of them are done. I want food. Which one is some good fish and food? Fish tacos? I just didn't eat a shrimp cocktail. Yum, 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 yum. Would you rather have pure vanilla extract? Doesn't that have a decently high alcohol content? Or beaver kidney nuggets? Now, is this actual beaver kidneys, or is this like just some weird name for a nugget shape or something.
Hold on, hold on. Bucky's Beaver Nuggets is a thing. It looks
Milky's
like it's popcorn or some shit like that.
Milky's saying yes, actual beaver kidneys.
Nope, nope. Beaver Nuggets.
I mean, if you didn't tell me what it was, probably the beaver nuggets.
You didn't specify.
Yeah.
You didn't specify. I called Bucky's Beaver Nuggets.
Beaver nuggets that Coco found. Okay, yeah.
I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll put it on stream. Hold on. Where did I put it? Image. I saved it. I saved it to my computer. So you understand. I'm so committed to the bit, dude. Look at this.
To be fair, like
Look
people
at that
eat
shit.
roadkill, and
Look at
beaver's
that
fun,
shit.
right?
They got fucking white cheddar.
Oh.
They got sea salted caramel, and then they got standard boring beaver nuggets, whatever the fuck that means. They got cinnamon
Isn't
sweet.
Bucky's like
It's a
a?
gas station. Yeah, you're right.
It's a gas station that people go around and collect things from,
It is
right?
weird. It is a weird.
It's got a weird collection culture.
They have a
with it.
really clean bathrooms though. Look, they got white cheddar. Two types of red cheddar. They got regular white cheddar and white cheddar habanero.
Yeah, I would.
I'm using Taskmaster rules if you find a loophole for a game. Yes! I love
loves
Taskmaster
loopholes.
rules.
Taskmaster is great.
Really
It's
fucking
absolutely
it is,
wonderful.
I agree. Anyways.
It's sad when they find a loophole, but like it gets ruled against them for some stupid reason. I technically haven't watched any season because I've only seen whatever's on YouTube, which
I
isn't
have
a lot.
watched, I feel like I've watched enough shit on YouTube that I haven't. I've seen seasons, but
Yeah.
I don't think I've watched that much of it. What was the last one that I remember? Last one I remember, the guy winning was. Do you remember the guy who wore the yellow jumps? He basically dressed up like fucking Uma Thurman from Kill Bill.
Oh yeah, the Asian guy with
He
like.
wasn't Asian.
Oh, no.
Mm-mm. Let's see. He was the winner. So, Taskmaster winners.
I know. The only thing I remember about a yellow jumpsuit is there was
Oh, this guy. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
an Asian guy who wore it, and his package was very visible on it.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember her. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never
he
mind.
was
You're right.
hilarious. I loved
You're
him.
right. You're right. No, this was a different guy. Maybe what? I'm pretty sure he wore the yellow jumpsuit too.
YouTuber's full
I could be wrong.
episodes? Oh wow.
Stop.
Oh, they're
I am.
region locked.
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah. I've tried to watch the full episodes on YouTube and the region lock. So VPN.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was trying to click. What is the guy? Hold on. Images. Did he not wear a yellow jumpsuit? Because that one, I do distinctly remember. What was
It
his
could be
name?
part of a task.
No, it wasn't part of a task. Because they weren't even the same season.
Milkman4685 said it's the season 4 winner that's the yellow man.
I'm trying to remember his name so I could look him up. He had. Oh, it was season 4 winner. You're right. You're right.
No Fielding. Oh, no Fielding. That guy
Yeah, him.
who's very. Hang on, let me. Yeah,
He
him.
did wear a no, okay, you're right. Okay, so he wore a yellow thing, but I think you're right about the Asian guy wearing one that looked like Kill Bill. So I think I got them mixed up because they're both yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the Asian guy.
That's the last one that I watched. That's the last one that I watched whenever it comes to like full seasons. Okay,
Why do I feel like the
everything else
Asian
I've
guy's name
watched
is
other
Ken?
stuff. I've seen other things. What's one thing?
I have not watched a full episode because yeah, anytime I've tried to watch a full episode, it just gets hit with region locks, and I can't be bothered to go and look further.
Feeling about my farm right now.
Yeah, I refuse to watch Australian Taskmaster because if there's something I know about the Australian comedians that end up on TV is that none of them are funny.
Oh no.
They all try too hard.
Would you rather have Stargazer pie or fermented spider eyes?
Okay, he's a pie. Aren't they Stardew food? No. What is Stargazer pie?
Fermented spider eyes.
Cornish dish.
Gross.
What are those?
Fish heads.
Oh. Oh. I think I'd rather starve. You can take away the rest of my food as well.
No. No. I literally Googled it. It was the first thing that came up. Okay, when you said beaver nuggets, I typed in beaver nuggets and that's what came up, okay? And like I'm not going to go deep diving for trying to find some version of a stargazer pie. Let me see. Hold on.
Definitely sounds like a game food,
Yummy
but
stargazer pie. Nope. Nope.
wait, don't a lot of Minecraft potions use fermented spider eye?
Yeah. That's why it's
Yeah.
fine. It's just spider eye, sugar, and mushroom. That sounds delicious.
I love spiders. Oh yeah, yeah. You could look at like a
Oh.
loophole for the spider.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the Minecraft spider eyes. That recipe and everything sounds fantastic. I like mushrooms. I like sugar.
You don't mean the float?
I don't know if
I don't know if that's a dish.
I
I
don't,
don't think so. I've never heard of a spider eye before as like
I
a
don't know what eyes would be in there. Cherries?
maybe.
I feel like that's a bit of a
I don't
stretch.
want to even Google that because it's just going to show close-ups of spiders.
Are you afraid of spiders?
No,
Pussy.
not really, but I just don't really want to look at them in the face. They win in the snaring competition. They don't even have eyelids. I'm
There's
intimidated.
a whalmer. I'm gonna catch that.
Have you seen jumping spiders?
Yeah.
They're so cute.
Would you rather have turtle soup or shark fin soup? Mmm. Ooh, that's. I'm probably gonna go with shark fin soup only because I like turtles more, and shark fin soup is a delicacy.
It's a delicacy, but it's also illegal in most of the world.
Well, I'll go to the places it isn't illegal. I don't think it's illegal in the U.S. I'll Google it. Is shark
It should
fin
be.
soup illegal in the U.S.? Yes.
Yeah, like sharks are protected species because a lot of them are highly
Where
endangered.
is shark fin soup legal? China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam. I plan on going
Yeah,
to Singapore anyways.
it's
Pika!
in Asian countries because it's
I'm
you
gonna
know
go to
like has a lot of
Singapore
health benefits.
and I'm gonna try.
I wouldn't be against trying shark fin soup.
Yeah, but I'm if we're unethical maxing, then shark fin soup.
Yeah,
Cause fuck the sharks.
like
My husband's scared of them. He's terrified.
I need to eat them all.
Yeah,
Good morning,
this is the way to solve the
Hika.
problems.
Hmm. Although, isn't turtle soup made with like a soft-shelled turtle and you just eat it out of the turtle
Don't say
shell?
that. I don't want to hear it. Oh, no.
Yum, 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 yum.
What do you mean? I don't want to hear about it, okay? I'm gonna walk up there and I'm gonna tell Torts exactly what you just said.
Do you know about the Galapagos turtle? Tortoise? I think it might have been a tortoise.
I don't know. Maybe.
It took ages for it to actually get scientifically recognized because all the sailors would eat it on the way back on the boat because it was too delicious.
I don't want to hear. Oh my God. Emily's about to dream about me.
At home, dreaming about my wife.
Shit on me. got shit on me.
To be
Top of
fair,
the
if you get into
world.
statistics,
I'm
Emily's
on
married you
top
more
of
than
the
me.
world.
Getting a good amount of deluxe bait from these.
What, babe?
I'm getting a good amount of deluxe bait from these chests.
Yeah, nice. That's good. I haven't done nothing but reorganize my farm. I haven't even left my farm. Well, I
you
left
doing
now. I'm in. Obviously, I'm in Emily's house. Well, actually, I'm in Emily's dream. I should be more specific.
Like Freddy Krueger. Strawberry and cream pasta or pineapple noodle cereal. I would take the strawberry and cream pasta, I think. Just purely for a texture thing.
I feel like I've
Pineapple,
seen strawberry and cream pasta, like you've shown it to me as like a delicacy or something. But
yeah,
I'm
it's
trying to
notoriously.
figure out what the fuck pineapple noodle cereal even would be. I see pineapple noodle kugel. Kugel? It looks interesting, but not in a good way.
Yeah, I don't.
Not in the, oh, that looks delicious. So probably strawberry and cream pasta.
I just
Just
think
because
it's
I
gonna
know.
be a texture thing for me for the pineapple noodle cereal. I don't even know what it is.
Well, the thing is, look on what I'm reading. It says it specifies that the noodles are crunchy.
Ugh, no. I don't add pineapple to crunchy noodles. Yeah, I'll definitely take the strawberry and cream pasta. Almost at level 2 mastery.
I just ain't got shit on me.
Clicks! Oh my god, you're in a click!
I have 10 friends.
Oh my god! I've never had that
One,
many friends
two,
before in my
three,
life.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What?
I'm
1, 2,
jelly.
3, 4, 5. I lied. I have 5 friends. Wait, no, I have what? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what clicks means, it seems. I thought it meant I had 10 friends. But, like, they're not all the way up to 10. Like, you see how it's kind of close? There's a little bit gap there. Why are all my people old? Except for Trini. Trini's just this random child in the midst of all my besties.
You're just one of those people that just get along with old people.
I do. I really do. I've always been like that, though.
I've caught a fish taco.
It's probably because I'm one of them.
No. Don't worry, babe. Soon we'll be going on dates where I take you out of the retirement home.
Tristan said, okay, look. I'm getting a little sweet. Okay. Tristan said the sweetest thing to me before I went to sleep. I told him that I wanted to have a 50-year anniversary with him, and he told me that he wants to be the reason for my crow's feet.
Mm.
And I thought that was sweet. This.
Roast beef trimmings with soaked soy or sashimi taco. Sashimi taco. That actually sounds nice.
George.
I'm also not a fan of red meats, so.
Must have done 1,000 push-ups yesterday. You know what? Get over yourself. Oh, George is so close to 5 hearts. But George did just skyrocket through the ranks there for me giving him that leak. I've been collecting him for him specifically. Oh, actually, speaking of
You really
old
have.
people. Speaking of old people.
Speaking of old people, we're about to go to a funeral.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna go catch a carp for Juliet. That's not what I was thinking about. I have a quest for Freddy, but I don't know what it is. It's something about a waterfall, I think.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm curious if it's a random waterfall or not. It is the
I'm wondering if it's a one in the Ridge Falls.
I can tell you, but
You know,
yeah, I had that quest ages ago. It's just a random what quest we get for Ridgeside.
the fact that you had it ages ago leads me to believe that it's not the one in Ridge Falls.
No, it is
Is it in the forest?
no.
Okay, well that narrows it down. Is it in Pelican Valley?
No.
I've never wanted a cart more. The fuck am I doing, tab hole?
You're getting a wedding ad? Oh my god.
Getting married.
Who harvested your daughter to who harvested Milky's daughter to give him wedding ads? What has he been looking at?
I don't know. A wedding ad, obviously. He's getting married to, what was he asking? Roast beef trimmings. He's getting married to roast beef trimmings.
Honestly, there's some people that would, and they like roast beef enough.
Which turbo? Sounds like a plan. You should get that. I pay for that. Which turbo saves my sanity?
And your wallet.
Yeah, that too.
Now it's the cute couple playing Stardew. Who are they? I'll kill them.
I didn't know there were two cute couples playing Stardew. Stradew. Hold on. Okay, Ridgeside Bass.
Strawdew.
Ridgeside. Okay. Tuna. Okay, Olga can't get tuna right now. That's a summer fish. We're gonna have to wait. Cheesy memory. Cheese. Okay, I've got cheese. I've got cheese. I can handle that. I found cheese once.
Oh yeah, didn't you buy it from the traveling merchant?
Yes, I bought it from a traveling merchant. No, I found it in the trash. I don't remember where I got this fucking cheese, okay? Fact is, I've
It was
got
one of
fucking
those two.
cheese.
I remember. Oh, I got an ancient seed from fishing. That's my first one from fishing.
Nice, I'm proud of you. Definitely don't have any star fruit right now, Pika. You gotta want to wait for that shit. Wait for that shit.
Yeah. How you doing,
Lord.
Hika, if you're still
Strolling
around?
by the waterfalls, don't remember which one. No one gets hurt when they find it's quite sharp. Okay. I will figure it out. When I go after I. Oh shit. Where did I go? Where am I?
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess I'm up here now.
I had to look it up because I thought it was in Ridge Falls, and it's not in Ridge Falls. Oh, I mean, not Ridge Falls. It's not in the Ridge Forest. All those waterfalls, none of them.
Okay.
I checked all of them, and in one of them there is a sword just floating in the water, and I try to fish it up, and it's like, do I not have a high enough fishing level? It's 10.
Oh, I see it. It's right there. I just happened to go to the minecart that was like right next to it. How convenient.
Wait, which waterfall are you at? Let me look at the town. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's probably always at that waterfall. Because there's like 3 or 4 throughout the town, and
Well, now I have to go fishing and get how many?
I looked at my most popular click, and it's Aiko 2 years ago
6
saying,
wood
"God
chip.
damn, I down tiny task."
Oh, I love it. Look, that was out of context.
Heavy accent. Weren't you also wearing a booty hunter hat?
No, that was different. That was a different time.
Different time. Same game, different time.
Yeah. Well, actually, technically speaking, I wasn't playing near Replicant at the time that I said that. I was playing some Souls-like. I don't know.
Oh. I know that Neo Replicant is the
Death's
the
Gambit,
clip.
that's the one.
Slap her in a fish. Slap her in the face with a fish. She'll be alright.
He's when we played it, because I showed it to him. He
Yeah,
said,
we've played through Route A together.
yeah, and when he played it, he was like, oh, this is what that clip's from.
Yeah. I don't know things that were from a pre affiliate, but I've been here post. It's like a day or two after you got affiliate. I've been here ever since. And
I
now
feel
I'm
like it
here.
was after I got affiliate that I played Death Gambit.
Maybe. Is Death Gambit a horror game? Because if it was a horror game, I didn't watch.
No.
No. I don't know. Maybe I watched. Hang on, Death Gambit. But Near Replicant was pretty.
Oh my god, stop giving me these stupid fish. They're worth like nothing. So I really got to change like what's on my
Yeah, I
other
did not
screen where it
see
just
you play
literally
Death
is a
Gambit.
Google search of pineapple
Tristan
noodle
days.
cereal.
Hmm?
I just have pineapple noodle cereal up on my other monitor. Gross.
But yeah, Twitch Turbo is like really useful if you want to support
Coco played right here when I
like
was
a bunch
away.
of different
Drink
people, but not
Listen,
pay
I
for it.
had to because you couldn't. Okay, listen. I didn't think that you could drink at the time because I was in America and thinking about American things. I forgot that people can drink younger in other countries.
I believe there's like a technicality with the law here where like you can have a drink at a young age if you have it like one with a sit down meal, but like no restaurant will actually allow you to do that. You have
Hmm.
to have to be at your house, and I think it's like 12
Ooh,
is the earliest you can have a drink.
I've got one Ridgeside Bass so far. Carmen wants me to catch 6 of them.
They might have amended that law. I know a lot of people start drinking around 14 to 16, even though 18 is the legal age here.
I started drinking at 18 because I couldn't drink in the house, and I'm after got out of high school and moved across the country, then I started drinking, and then my mom started getting phone calls from the lady I was living with saying, "I feel really bad for your daughter because she's just in her room drinking alone." I was like, "Bitch, it's a fucking strawberry margarita. It's not like it's a fucking rum and coke."
Yeah,
And I was watching TV. What do you mean? I was vibing. Dude,
just introvert versus extrovert things. Some people like going out.
it was such a good margarita.
I got offered beer by the bartender when I was 15. I think when I was 15, I probably could have passed if I didn't shave.
Dude, it took me
Maybe.
until I was
Mm.
fucking 30 before people stopped carding me.
I'll tell you right now, babe, if I was working security, I'd card you every day.
Thanks, liar.
What makes you think I wouldn't?
180 Ultra Balls, damn, that's awesome.
Nice. I don't know why she thinks
Go
I'm
get 'em.
lying.
I got 2. Okay, I need 4 more fishies. I'm getting rid of these quests. Figure I should probably do something more productive than just
I've got to kill shadow brutes. I don't know where they are. Are
level
they
80
the?
and up.
Yeah, I thought so. And then that's like the only quest I can actually do right now. I've got to go to the abandoned greenhouse after midnight.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I still got to do that. I think
Okay.
when I tried it, I had my capacity of cutscenes met.
Oh, I see. Yeah, just increase your count if you want to. Like, I did it temporarily. I'm still working
Yeah.
my way through shit.
But yeah,
Fucking
Milky,
busy.
was the wedding ad interesting? Anything interesting that I showed you? Oh no, he go broke now. Spent over 100K Poke money.
Where did you get all the Poke money? You've been selling Pokemon on the black market?
I showed you a mattress for a wedding. I guess, for premiere. Oh, okay, I see. It's like a honeymoon destination.
I
Yeah.
am
Put my
gonna get
game.
wrinkles from how much you guys confuse me and how much I have to scrunch my forehead for y'all. Robbed a bank in Pokemon. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where all the Slowpoke tails are coming from. Oh, I finished. Nope, never mind. I was getting ready to say I finished setting up Redbubble, but technically I finished uploading things to it, and then I put everything up there, and then I set up all the stuff, and now it tells me there's nothing in my store. Because apparently it might take like 5 days for shit to show up.
Yeah, they just got to confirm.
I was able to buy my own stuff. And that shit took 2 days to get here.
It was insane. I was expecting
We
weeks.
bought desk mats, custom desk mats.
We have them on right now.
Yep. It's a new design. All the other stuff that's available on Fourth Wall right now is the stuff basically that I've put on Redbubble. But there's a new design coming out August 1st. I played a Lethal Company last night for 2 minutes on a server called Hot Goth Girls Only. It was just filled with a bunch of dudes with voice changers on.
Oh my god, that's early internet. Oh. That's a big problem with mobile phone gaming, like Genshin.
Mm-hmm.
Mobile phone gaming is you run into a lot of catfish scams.
You joined it, it was just Tristan fans? Yeah. Well, I can't compete with all those hot goth girls.
There's no competition, baby.
Also, the fact that he joined a goth girls only chat leads me, like, just proves my point.
Just a bunch of oh no. So many voice changer subscriptions.
Where's Carmen?
I'll get desk, but I don't have a desk. My setup is on top of my dresser. Oh, I remember when I literally had my setup on top of my bedside table. There's a photo of it somewhere that I could probably find.
I once had a setup on top of a cardboard box. I also had a picture of it somewhere. I did the whole rape. Oh, I had a picture of it somewhere. That's how I met Kuma. Because basically I had posted it, rate my setup, and he said something that at the time I think I was just like going through some shit because I started yelling at him. And he was like, I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
So, yeah.
And that's how you make friends for life.
And then I was like, nah, you're fine. I'm just going through something.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Like my love.
Yeah.
Did I show you the picture? It's literally this bedside table. I had my setup on. It's right next to me.
Huh.
I had my setup on this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Didn't you
Yeah.
send me a picture of that?
It's somewhere. I think I sent it or I showed it to you in person or something.
No, I didn't.
It literally was big enough to have my monitor on it
Yeah.
and the keyboard in front of it, and I had to use my knee for my mouse pad.
Look, I don't know if you guys have noticed. I get upset sometimes. And I'll just start yelling at people. I don't know how I get away with it, honestly. I don't know why you guys put up with me. He'll buy fish. He'll also buy my Galaxy Hammer for 900. I bet you fucking will, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo running a scam, huh? Yeah, if gaming's taught me anything, all you should do is like if you're playing any shooter, you just scream at strangers online. And the younger you are, the more racist you are. But the older you
How
are,
much is our each?
the more knowledgeably racist you are.
200. Hold on. No. No.
Oh no, that budget setup, Ika.
Sorry. I sneezed.
I used to use my bed as my chair.
Mhm.
Lorenzo looks like he's a vampire.
He's
Racing.
Italian.
Italy's close enough to Romania, right?
Yeah.
Milkman4685 said bless THY knows Coco.
But
Thank you.
Transylvania. Yeah, bless
Now,
you.
who wanted this fucking carp? Oh man, I had to go catch a flounder too.
I need to go to
Juliet.
our local church just to get some holy water, so whenever Aiko sneezes, I can bless her.
Oh my god, look, I found my future wife. Okay, she's been to the city. This much we know. Can I even get to her right now?
Wouldn't Italy be like the most anti-vampire place in the world? They use so much garlic for everything.
That's Juliet, not my future wife. Why is
And
Juliet above my
a lot
future
of
wife?
churches.
Here she is.
Oh my.
I've already gifted her twice. God, she's so hard to gift, man. I say that, but all she likes is spaghetti.
Garlic is a fake plant.
Ooh, this trash has a purple mushroom in it. Take that. Where is Juliet? You don't have to tell me. I'll find her. I'll find her. I got this. I got it.
The only thing I know about where Julia is and goes is she's from East Scarp and she ends up
Jesse's
somewhere in
lodging
town usually.
house. Vampires scared of garlic because they're antiseptic. Probably. They're like, no, I'm gonna be cured. I often go and visit Krobus after 2 a.m. He's also a shadow and lives in this
We were
town.
watching
Well,
a
yeah. Except for, like, I can't fucking get there. If you want to unlock that shit for me, Sen, I appreciate it. Also, apparently there's 2 instances of Sen, and whenever it happens and they're, like, in the same map as me, it fucking my code, my command thingy, it freaks the fuck out, because it's like, yeah, I don't know why there's 2 of them.
I wonder if he's been added by 2 separate mods.
I don't know, but like one time I saw both of them together and it was weird. I was like, "Hello, Sin." Oh my god, hello, Sin.
I wonder if that's what happened with when I got blocked into Clint's blacksmithy
Maybe.
by a Sen. There was a Sen outside, and then as soon as I went in the door, there was a Sen just in the door, standing in the doorway. And then he decided to start walking through the walls and then disappeared. Oh yeah, mastery level 2 now. Nice.
All right. Juliet's happy. Cool, cool. All right. Delivery for Shane. I had to catch a flounder. And fuck, I was already up there, and I gotta go back and give Freddy his sword. Might as well go to the beach first.
Oh yes, my love.
Yes, sir.
Something I definitely recommend before the next harvest is to get your combat up to 10 so you actually start getting mastery XP. Because any XP source gives you points like mastery XP.
Considering that my next harvest will be in about 14 days, I think I got this.
Yeah. Like there's not a massive rush.
You know,
It's you definitely wanting it before your star fruit harvest though.
pilgrims.
Pilgrim speaking. Oh my god.
So confused.
Have you gone on a pilgrimage, Milky?
Never see him. I should gift him right now since he's out here being broody.
Oh, nice. Where you've gone? Where? I can't speak today. I don't know what's been up with today. I think I broke my brain on my uni work.
He did do his homework today. Much proud. Did Flounder even spawn in the rain?
Where'd you end up going for your pilgrimage, Milky?
Needed that too, I guess. I'm collecting seaweed. Gonna go sit on this bench over here. An ice cube. Look, it's a penguin in an ice cube. Ice cube's weird. Okay. I'm gonna look up. Oh, I'm tabbed out now, so it's not gonna fucking. We have a package at customs.
Package at custom. Oh, is that the
That's my slippers.
the
Actually,
slippers in the shirt?
now I'm wondering. I'm gonna check this real quick, cause I want to check that, cause I have 2 emails for AliExpress. So I want to check the other one, cause one of them has the slippers and the other one has the robe. Not the
Oh,
robe, the blankie thingy.
yeah. Wonder which one's at customs. That is also another reason why shipping to Australia is expensive. Is the customs fees are expensive. So unless it's worth shipping like in bulk, a lot of places just won't ship
We're
it.
getting 2 choppers.
Tony.
Okay, hold on. Let me check this one. So my orders on this account is the slippers. It says awaiting delivery, but it's really late. So I don't think it's getting delivered today.
No.
Track order. Says it should be here between the 3rd and 9th of June, which is fine. Oh, it's being inspected. Okay. It said it will continue on its way after it's been completed. Customs clearance expected within the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes roughly like 1 to 2 days.
Check my other
remember right
one.
offhand.
So I have 2 AliExpress logins.
Well, it's
Thing
actually
is, AliExpress is way closer to here than it was in the US. So,
you actually get stuff at a reasonable pace.
yeah, so I actually get stuff. Yeah, it doesn't take me a month and a half to get shit. Maybe a couple weeks. That's fine. I ain't gotta pay squat for it. It's crazy. Orders. Oh, that was what I was just looking at. Whoops. Wait, no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. I logged out and then logged back into the same account. I imagine if I probably had like 40 emails,
Probably.
it would probably cut me out, but I only got 2. And honestly, signing up for it was an accident. I was like, hey, of course, it's on sale. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's stupid. Oh, I hate that. So, you know, okay, we ordered 2 Tony Tony choppers, right?
Yeah.
I got a message from them. New arrival deals, unbeatable value, look good, pay less. And it's just a bunch of stickers.
Oh,
They're
okay.
advertising me
Getting
in
advertised.
the messages for my order and confirmation stuff.
What the
That's
hell?
some shady shit.
Oh my god. Yeah, they've been going
Right.
crazy with advertisements.
Both the Hello Kitty robe thingy and the red pins and
yeah.
Chopper are all say um
All awaiting a spectrum.
okay, it says Chopper's awaiting flight. Hello Kitty is export customs clearance complete. And pens are export customs clearance complete. So choppers. So we went again 2 choppers because one of the choppers had a red hat and one of the choppers had a pink hat. We couldn't decide which one because red is canon but pink is pink. You know, so we make responsible decisions. Basically, and
Yeah.
the thing is like it doesn't take me much. I was like, hey, there's a bunch of plushies here. There's a bunch of different sizes. You know, is it okay if I get like I was trying to like measure out which one might be a good huggable size because sometimes you just want to hug Chopper because he cries.
He's such a baby.
Literally, he was like crying, and I was like, I have to buy a Chopper plushie like now because I need to hug him. And that's exactly how it happened. And I went on there, and I was like, oh shoot! So I found this, and it ranged anywhere from like $15 to like $60,
Yeah, 50,
right?
60.
And
Depending on the size.
yeah, depending on the size of it, we wound up getting the one that cost like 35, right? And I had asked him, I was like, oh, I'm like really torn. Should I get the one with the red hat, the pink hat? He's like, ¿Por qué no los dos? And I was like, $70 worth of plushie? He's like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, I mean, all right.
I
I'm not gonna
get one
fight you
too.
on it. I like plushies. And then we can both hold plushie and hug him whenever he needs hugs. Honestly, I feel like I'm gonna be the one holding the red one though, just because it's more accurate, and you get the pink one because it's your favorite color.
But yeah, it's very much
I'll just be
just
glad to have the pink one in the room. But eventually, when we get our own place, the pink one will go in the room, and the red one will go in the living room.
yeah, yeah. It's very much just like sometimes it's good to buy things like that. Make brain happy.
And make brain happy.
And
used to
also the good thing is during your manic episode right now, you're
I've
looking at things a lot more.
I've been
but,
doing a lot of shopping. I have a look.
but none of the shopping you've been doing is very expensive.
That's why I stick to cheap places because I know
Mhm.
when I get manic, I tend to spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I look at cheap places like Temu and AliExpress. Because otherwise,
Otherwise, I would be saying no a lot.
yeah.
Oh, what a weird fish. It's gonna be a king
But
size.
it bring me happy. It bring me happy, joy, joy. And I'm getting note cards. And one of the things I'm get like, listen, I need you guys to know, like I'm manic, right? But like I'm being productive with it at least, right? So maybe I'm a little crazy right now, but what am I buying? I'm buying red pens and a notebook so that I can practice writing hiragana and kanji, and the red pens are so I can, hold on a second, what's the word? So I can do furigana with the kanji, because I found out that there are that kanji is weird, man. Like if you look at the word oishi, right? Oishi with oishi, not I keep saying oishi, oishi, right? That means delicious, right? If you break it down, it is not the letter O, the letter I, the letter she, and the letter I, right? It is the kanji character for beautiful, then the kanji character for taste, and then the kanji character for she and the kanji character for I, right? So what you would do in the furigana is you would write down exactly how oishi is supposed to be spelled with the kanji, and
Mm-hmm.
then in red above each of the kanji, you would write the how it's supposed to sound in that context. So you would write the O and then you would write the I above it, but in red pen, because you know that's how it's supposed to sound, but that's not how it's spelled. It's and Spotify just cut off because it thought I was singing for some reason.
How dare Spotify? Gonna have to
That's
beat
what
it up.
happens when I talk. That happened like 10 times yesterday.
Yeah, it happens so often.
If I'm just
You were
talking a
very
lot.
yappy.
I was very happy. That's Spotify's way of saying you're talking a lot.
You're talking about. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's ow. It sounds like oi.
Ow! Oi.
Yeah.
Oishi.
Oishi.
The oi part though sounds like is written like beautiful taste. And actually on top of that, the beautiful kanji sounds like me. And the taste kanji sounds like aji. So I said, why then would you not just call it why then would delicious not just be miyaji? And they're like, because that's not a word.
Even though it's like,
It literally is a
even though
word.
that's what it's spelling, it's different because it's not a word. It's every language has
Weird
their
stuff.
nuances, and weird stuff.
No, no. I was talking about the word
No,
delicious in Japanese means is basically written as beautiful taste shi, you know. I still need to catch a
yeah.
flounder,
Welcome in now.
but
How
I
you
walked
doing?
away because why? Because I needed to show Al something. It's very important. You weren't here earlier, and now I need to show you what happened because I had to have some various consideration earlier, and then I realized, and I hope you appreciate. Okay. I maybe or maybe not went to Marnie's house and was like, hey, I need to get a new animal so my fucking barn is upgraded. And I was like, okay, who's the goat? Who's the goat? The greatest of all time, motherfucker. So yeah,
It is
I was
you,
sitting there
Al.
thinking, I was like, who is the goat? Who's the goat? And then instantly I was like, ow. And Tristan's like, ow, yes.
Al is indeed the goat. And also, thank you for the bits.
Tis you. It happened. Technically, I bought two of you, but the first one was very boring looking, and I was like, oh shit, forgot to
Oh,
customize the. I just got so excited about the goat being you that I just bought the first one.
I accidentally, I accidentally pinned in my chat. Uh,
Nah, it can't be me.
Racism comes with the youth, doggy.
What? What is happening in your chat?
I don't know. Do you? Yeah, you are the goat, Al. You are the goat. I am wanting to adjust my settings.
I don't even see that message.
It was in your chat. Um,
Oh, racism comes with youth and age. Oh, I see. It is. It's Milky's. Milky's message. I didn't even see that message earlier.
Milky's great. Stream.
Oh my god, I got the flounder. My bad. I don't need anything. Wait, hold on. How much is this? Yes, I already got that. I got the flounder. Woohoo! Shane's gonna get an iridium level flounder for his pizza. This fucking boy. Where's he at? Is he at work right now? No, it's Saturday. He shouldn't be at work. Although, who knows? I mean, it's a grocery store. Maybe. Let's go check the bar.
I need to do something with this. Bit enchantment.
Now, is she? I'm gonna look it up.
How do community maybe?
Shane is at work.
Activity.
Did I see the title on Tristan's stream? Is it the same one from yesterday? Same one from yesterday? Because if it is, then yes.
Not the same one from yesterday, my love.
Oh, shit.
What is? Hang on.
Wow. Wow.
It's a
You're
secret.
so fucking gay. Oh, it's my 2-month sub-anniversary.
I forgot I said that as my.
What does it sound like?
Oh, did that not come through?
Well, I'm not listening to it. I'm.
Can I replay it? Can I replay that?
Well, I wasn't listening to. Okay, fine. I'll unmute it. All right, let me hear it. Go ahead. I don't hear it.
Hang on. Let me because the Lumi's updated, changed the
Change the output and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Hang on.
hearing myself.
Let me replay it.
Let me know.
Okay, it's going now. No, it's still not playing it.
Uh-uh.
Why is it not? Okay, this is good to know. I might need to restart Lumia after.
Well, I had to do that. What'd you think I was doing earlier?
I mean, I updated it. I restarted it.
You have to check the audios. That's why I always test with the RAR in the beginning of the streams. So I make sure that Discord's picking shit up.
Here again. It's this. It's just not coming through anymore. Properties. Why do I have the calculator app open on my computer? What? It's
Rude.
not even open.
My payment is a ticket. I got a ticket. What's in the ticket booth? Let's go find out. But Tristan was like holding his ticket and going like, oh, gross, I don't want
It's
that. I'm
so
gonna make Aiko get
weird.
that. VTubers do hate math. That's why we use calculators. We can figure out how much money we are gonna get. We don't need a really big calculator or nothing because it's only like $3.
Yeah, I think my Lumia just won't play the sound.
Did you refresh your browser source? Ooh, nice. I'll take that. It is wrong that I actually liked math in school. It is? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I liked math in school, but I never wanted to pursue it as a
I don't know.
career or anything.
It's very wrong that you did, though, Tristan. It's wrong that you liked math. It's kind of crazy how high you have to be on the totem pole to actually make enough of living off streaming. I think maybe
Remove
the top 1%, if not make more than $1,000 a month,
that
which at least
ad.
for the States is very low, and you're barely getting by from us. I would like to make this a career, okay? We were talking earlier about how at some point we're gonna have to like register this as a business, and you're not gonna make money. It's not about you're not gonna make money off of just streaming if that's what you're looking for. It's not gonna fucking happen unless you're fucking correct. Okay? The thing is, what you're gonna get money from is sponsorships and stuff like that, you know? Unfortunately, it's just you're not gonna really make money off of streaming itself.
Okay. Now if I replay that. There's something going on with Lumia after the update.
Mine's fine now, I think. I don't know. Look, we'll test it, okay? Al, subscribe to me.
Throw bits at her or something.
No, the bits don't count.
Oh,
I get
yeah,
bits
they
from
are.
third tits. It's different. All the tech.
Um,
No, yeah, no, I get it third tits.
I think it's a setting inside Lumia itself.
Actually, I don't even know if that worked.
Can't do that, but I can do this.
Fucking being real, I don't even think that worked.
Oh my god, I got 10 biddies.
Oh yeah, that. Oh wait, yeah, you got. Do you get notified when you get the bits?
And I can read the message, but
No, I meant like.
I don't have any. I don't have anything set up for bits, and I don't know why Al keeps giving me bits because I haven't got anything set up yet.
Because Al likes giving bits.
Thank you,
Al gives
Al.
bits here, dude, but I get hit with them.
Yeah.
You'll get hit eventually. Oh, Al. It is not that I don't want to do that. It is that I am so tired. I don't want to
Oh, it
stand.
reset my audio outputs.
My brain is so fucking done. I will give you at best. I wish I could. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where I'm at right now. Not like complete full on fatigue, but I'm just, I don't know, I'm just tired. The idea of standing right now is such a chore.
Let me.
Yeah. Spring forageables. Gotta have a mushroom. I've been reorganizing my entire farm.
I don't know why this is not.
The aminals are over here now, and I gotta chop down these trees. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to go to Grambleton Farms. But first, before I do that, I should go fucking give this sword to Freddy. And Kate Bush in the background. You are. Yes.
I think I need to just like restart my computer to fix it. But I'm not gonna do that. I'll fix that another time. Yes, you are hearing Kate Bush.
Yep. Exactly. I was hoping people would appreciate that. We binge watched all of
Mhm. All of Stranger Things.
in like a week.
Yeah. Honestly, the last 2 seasons felt weak,
Yeah.
but the first 3 were great.
Brisbane residence. I don't even know where the Brisbane residence is. Oh, it's not even Brisbane. It's Bladebane. Bladebane. Is this it? Oh, I was right there.
What the kids call mid indeed. It was very just.
Okay, so
I think the problem was it was just
that's
overhyped, and like they set up so much potential with Stranger Things, with like those 2
I
seasons,
didn't
and
like
they
the
just
end. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who may not have seen it though, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
the end was the worst part.
They left it to, they wanted to leave it to be ambiguous, and it was like,
Yeah, they should have not left it ambiguous.
what am I doing? Give me a minute. I was gonna do something and I forgot what it was.
Oh, yeah, you are our 11. So that actually makes sense. Some people call you 11.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh, I won't tell you.
you haven't seen it all?
Are we the only ones that call you Ow? Period. Got to watch the other two seasons. Stop by season one because Lifetime busy. Yeah,
Aren't there 5
there are
seasons?
5 seasons. So
There are 5 seasons now. The first 3 are really good. The 4th and 5th are like
it's interesting. It's weird. It went in a direction.
the good thing is it won't get any more ahead of you than now because it's finished.
It's true.
Um yeah, I think the biggest problem is they set up so much potential for plot points and then just don't deliver on it. And that was the issue with the last 2 seasons.
Also, season 4 has this amazing character, and I realize I'm gonna end the sentence there. Has an amazing character.
Greasy, wake up. I don't like this.
I'm losing my mind. I totally forgot what I was doing. Grampleton Farms. Grampleton Fields. I needed to fucking rebuild my oak farm. Right. And my other tree farm too. I don't want that to be where my
Yeah, you
tree
don't want them on your farm. There's gonna be a lot of trees midway through next season at the south side for wood purposes.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go over to the east side by the alchemist. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know the minimum they have to be apart to actually function properly?
The what this they have to
The,
have
the
they
trees.
have to have a circle of 8 around them in space
Yeah,
particular.
yeah.
Yeah, I know that. What? Do you think this is my first day?
No, no.
Are you informing me or were you asking?
I was asking if you just knew. So that's something I learnt
Yeah, I know.
yesterday. I figured you knew. Probably should have asked you yesterday how far they had to be before
That would have been
just
good.
a couple of days ago.
Yeah, because I told you, I'm the one who told you how far apart they need to be.
Yeah, yeah. I think you were the one who told me.
Because
My
I
mind is
said, wow, you put all of these really close together. This looks like shit.
yeah.
And you were basically like, I don't care. I was like, all right.
Yeah, my brain just I don't know what's up with today. My brain just seems to just not be functioning.
Happens.
forgetting what I'm saying mid-sentence. I'm like not hearing things, and it's hard to understand words. Have I had a stroke?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm doomed.
Okay, I am not going to plant mahogany seeds, mostly because, first off, up here, mahogany trees spawn. And then also because they just drop sap. They just give sap.
Mm.
So I'm not fucked by
Maybe I've
that.
been upside down and all the blood is in my head now. I think it's the opposite. I've been the right way up, and all the blood's in my feet now. Actually, no, it's not even my feet. My feet are cold. I think I caught what it like a milder version of whatever my mom's got, and it's just giving me brain fog. That's the only way I can explain what's going on in my head right now. Like, there's been so many times a day Aiko's been talking to me, and I just can't understand her. I've had to ask you to repeat yourself so much today. I feel like I've been annoying.
No, I'm just kidding. I do not think of you as an annoying person, babe. Is that too close? I feel like I could. I feel like I could spread it out more. It's like you can have it really close, but you kind of want some more walking space, you know.
Hey, I actually got to step out a bit. Hopefully, I'll be back for the rest of the stream. Take your time out. It was great to
Yes,
see
it's
you.
always great to see you,
Um,
Al.
yeah, yeah. Be safe. Have fun with whatever you're doing.
Don't do drugs
Yeah, don't do drugs
unless
unless they're
prescribed by a
prescribed.
doctor. Yep.
Yeah. Um, nap take and do drugs. No, Milky. No, unless they're prescribed. Alexa, what time is it? Oh, we'll be having drugs in 55 minutes,
Mm.
roughly. So, after we finish stream, One Piece or sleep?
Depends on how I feel after stream, doesn't it? Last night I
That
wanted to
indeed.
watch One Piece. Guess what happened? I died instantly.
You really did. I went to pee, came back, you were in bed, dead.
I want you guys to be really jealous about the fact that I can fall asleep in an instant.
You. What's actually been really nice is lately, because Aiko's manic,
Oh, yeah.
we can actually have conversations in bed because she doesn't fall asleep instantly. Usually, when she's either in like either a depressive mood or
Neutral.
just neutral, it's very much
As soon as my head hits the pillow, pretty much.
yeah. As soon as her head hits the pillow, it's there's no point me talking. She's like dead to the world, snoring her head off, or
I don't snore. I don't snore. I am a pretty beautiful princess.
you wanna know something that I've actually noticed lately?
What?
You have been making the cute sleepy sounds a lot less.
What does that
The,
mean?
you've been snoring a lot less.
Oh. I see. I was like, what do you mean cute sleepy sounds?
I think you're snoring
Oh
too.
my god.
Yeah, it's just very much like you've been snoring a lot less, and
Mm.
I wonder if that's a good sign.
Oh, actually, maybe, because remember what my doctor said?
Yeah, like
Okay, so like I moved here. When we moved here, or when we moved here, when I moved here, um, I got my doctor, and he looked at me and he went, "You snore a lot," and I was like, "How did you know?" And he was like, "It's
and
because my weight."
and then he asked me for my height and weight, and apparently, like similar to BMI,
Just
You can
tell when people
basically
snore.
see how you snore based on
You're
your
right.
BMI. And it was spot on. It was like, I snore occasionally.
And I snore all the time.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it's.
Okay, so
I think it's a good sign that you
well, maybe.
aren't as much. Oh, speaking of, how have you been nausea-wise since?
Oh, I've been great, dude. Whatever I've been eating lately has been fantastic for my tummy.
Oh, well, I guess we're gonna keep going on dates for a chicken and pesto bagel.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Also, I think another thing that has really been helping is the fact that I've been having oat milk because I do think that it's possible that I've developed some kind of like lactose intolerance.
Yeah, oat milk and almond milk.
Because I realized that like dairy, I think affects it a lot. Not the cheese. The cheese on the bagel is not enough dairy to really affect it. But babe, do you have 3 birch seeds?
Check my seeds chest.
Wow.
I might. Really wish there was a way to rename like the entire category rather than.
Fur.
Um.
Theoretically, I could go back and chop down the. Yeah, I'll go down and chop down the birch trees and see what happens.
On your
Maybe I'll
farm?
get some.
I'm gonna go and look for birch seeds about.
I have 4 birch trees, so maybe I'll have 3 birch seeds.
I feel like the odds of getting seeds is pretty high.
Maybe. I mean, my foraging is a max. Grape.
I'm on panda.
What the hell are we doing here? No seed that time. I don't belong here. Whoa, oh.
Probably
Ooh,
can't
got
go.
one that time.
Nice. Yeah, sometimes you get it from the first hit, and other times you get it after it falls down.
Ooh, got 2 that time. I need
Nice.
1 more. Well, actually, no, I think that's all I need.
Yeah, you asking for 3, so good.
Got 2 more anyways.
Nice.
5.
I literally left fishing to go and like search for some birch trees if you needed more, and you just got, yeah, you got lucky. Yes. Mm. Ba-ba-ba-da. Oh yeah, I should what do you think I should spend my next mastery point on, my love?
I don't know. I've never mastered anything before. I don't know what that does. What did name spend my next mastery? What do you mean? I don't know what it does. I literally have no idea what it does.
Say something random.
Pineapples.
Okay. I could spend it on pineapples. In a way, I guess.
I don't even know what mastery points do. I've
Well,
never done that.
It's tied to skills.
Combat, I guess.
Nah.
Bitch.
I'm gonna make her punch me.
It will hurt too.
Honestly, I might do farming next. I don't know.
Why fucking ask, bruh? Don't ask me.
What, you said pineapples the first time. I'm taking that as that is you want in farming. But honestly, I only looked up what the fishing one gives you because I was looking up all the fishing bonuses to get better fish for money.
I still need combat, so I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro.
Oh, Jesse!
Jesse!
Welcome home.
Milky beat you. He was really upset that he didn't beat you here yesterday. So he showed up pretty early today. He's like, man. He started crying and everything. He's like, I can't believe she beat me. That's what he said. Oh my god, Milky reads my mind.
Hi, Jesse. I was crying.
Either my delay is absolutely nothing, or we've got the same fucking brainwaves, dude.
Oh my god. Spot on.
Same brain, yep.
How you doing, Jesse? Did you enjoy your shopping? How many children did you buy?
Or it could just be that I'm predictable.
Nah, same brain. Mm.
Ad break.
Oh no!
Ah, fuckers. I like how yesterday I was like, I wonder how to say cuties in Japanese so I can call them cuties in chat. And then I'm like, ha, fuckers.
Elephant card. Interesting. Honestly, it's kind of interesting to see to know what ads people get because people are from all around the world.
Mm-hmm. For sure, bro. You wouldn't have
Elephant
to
card. Babbler.
get in here. No, that is a shed. Again, that is. What I could do though, actually, hold on, because I think I need to get.
I don't go for the
I think I need to sell dehydrated mushrooms. So I'm gonna take these 5 because they're all the same.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we good. Damn.
Shiver me timber.
9 guys. Is it He's like, I hate
If you refresh, it should be instant. Oh my god, 9 guys. Little do you know
no.
memory.
Keep fucking looking for this goddamn shipping ban, which is all the way down here.
Fairy dust?
There, yeah.
Cool.
What was I gonna make? Okay, so whoa, I can afford to make a lot of sprinklers. But that's not what I'm gonna do. I am going to make. No, I already did this. I need batteries so I can make more crystallariums. No. I can get a camel. I literally am 4 moss away from being able to get a deluxe worm bin.
Oh my god. Really?
Yeah,
Do I have any moss to give you? I don't think I do
that's
because
okay. It is okay. It's just like an observation. I'm not telling you to give it to me.
I would if I had moss.
Dude, you're fine.
Oh my god, she's gonna take my organs.
I just gonna think I'm evil. I feel like I got a recipe recently and I was like, oh, yay, I'm so glad I got that. And I don't remember what it was.
Loving like you've never felt the way. Welcome back, Jesse. You figured out stream elements, Milky? Oh my god. Nice.
I know I meant to upgrade my shield because I
Oh.
did that at one point and I'd reset that day.
What's a bait? Oh. I didn't know magnets were a bait you could use.
Oh, right, explosive ammo. Oh. So not bait, coal. Same thing, right?
Cole Jolman. Yeah, shopping was bad, it was busy, grandma child was being a pain, and then climbed out of the wagon in the middle of the shops. Oh. My condolences, Jesse.
I made 110 explosive ammo.
Maybe not today, because it's a real bad
No,
luck
I'm
day.
not going in today. I just I made it. I remembered that was the one I was excited about.
Yes, yes, you were really excited about. Oh, this is not my house
Where is
anymore.
my fucking slingshot? There we are. It's gonna be fucking fun.
I can't wait until we go in next time again.
Okay.
Okay, done for the.
I have to pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love. What's the deal with all the radishes? I'm entertaining. But yeah, anyone got any interesting plans? La wow 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 wow. It's hot goth girl Pokemon. Oh, what? What's the Pokemon? Oh, Gothita. Oh my god, Pokecat. Pokecat. Oh, you're gonna start stream soon. Oh, nice, nice. Milky said he's gonna start stream soon. Yeah. Oh my god, put him in the wardrobe.
Do it. Okay.
I can't wait to listen to the Jesse True Crime episode
That's
from
gonna.
Rotten Mango.
It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Disintegrate
Oh,
the
Jesse, were
Jesse.
you here yesterday whenever this dinosaur hatched and I named it after you? Look at this. You're a fucking demon. Oh, that's Jules. This is you. Look at this. You are a void baby dino.
We love the baby void dino.
Look at that. You got red eyes. Or blush. I don't know.
You were cleaning, yes, yes.
Look at you. As soon as it
cool.
turns around. Oh, wait, there's an egg down here.
Pardon me. I'm
There's you.
sorry for
You
offending
love him.
everyone.
See, the thing is I have a mod for cuter animals and everything like that. So dinosaurs can come out all separate colors. And also there is a trike variant as well. Okay, have fun, Milky. Love you. Bye.
Have fun, Milky. I hope you win. I need to see if
I just
I'm
realized if I did
on.
not put the tappers on
not.
these, there's no tappers on.
Yeah.
There's no point in my tree staying there. So I could just chop them down.
Hmm?
Shh. Nothing. I'm gonna have fun chopping down my trees. Oh yeah, I wanted the 7 times 5. 7 times 5? 35.
7
Can
times
I make...
5 is at least
Yes,
1.
I can. Okay. So I need to do that.
Honestly, I feel like I've just become more stupid today.
Mood, man. Sometimes that happens to me all the time. I mean, that happens to me all the time sometimes. You know what? I think we're
Times
just both
some
there.
happen to.
Oh, I forgot. Gosh, damn it. I forgot the seeds. We're doing good. We're doing real good today, babe. Fuck, I wanted
There's
3 of
this.
them.
We have been so incredibly scuffed this stream.
Nah, this is normal.
True, it is normal. Which. Thanks for watching us.
Sorry, we suck. Well, I mean, it's just Tristan. Tristan sucks, not me. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm awful.
Just
I
listen to
can't
us.
even get a gold Dorado. Because I'm not standing on the right spot to fish, I guess.
Oh, I forgot it's a really good day to fish because it's catfish and stuff.
Yeah.
I now have to go to swimming in East Scarp so I can get some energy back. Tristan has been killing it on leveling up and stuff. Like, he's got all his levels maxed out. He's doing all of his stuff. He's gotten so many Monster Slayer quests done. Do you know what I've done? Rearranged my farm 17 times.
I
That's what I've
don't
done.
have many Monster Slayer
That's what I've
quests
done.
done.
He's got all of them done. He's already beat the game.
I've already got perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ginger Island's not even open and we've already completed it.
Exactly.
I am secretly Master Key.
I knew it. Did you say Master Key?
Master Key, yeah?
Oh my god, he's a master now. I didn't realize he got a title and everything, man. Thought he was just a mister, but
Yeah, I'm Master Key. I am Mr. Key's master. It's an order of key.
I see. I didn't realize. Is it similar to the Order of the Pythagorean?
No, I'd say it's similar to the Order of the Phoenix. I don't know if it picked up on the mic, but like the sound Aiko made when I said that. I just got 2 Neptune glaives from that one chest. Oh my god, that is a weapon. She was just like,
Strong, independent woman. I will not cry because the child is pulling out his toy after I just put them away. Girl. Girl, it's okay to cry.
crying is okay.
I'm going to tell you a secret, okay? I cried because my 1-year-old nephew was going through a stranger danger phase, and every time I saw him, or every time he saw me, he would either cry or make an angry face and run away.
Literally, he was fine until he saw Aiko and then would
Literally,
just
everybody else, fine, having a good old day. He sees me, suddenly, day ruined. How do you think that makes me feel?
Wasn't there a time you were holding him and he was completely fine until he realized who you were?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was holding him, and then he turns and looks at me. He's like, ah. I'm
Kids, man.
so glad he's out of that phase now.
Was it?
Jesus.
Oh.
Last time I talked to him, he tried to feed me his pizza dough. That was cute. Or pizza crust, not pizza dough. Why would I want to eat? Why would he have pizza dough?
My god, is he a little pizza chef?
Yes. Apparently, he's really helpful around the house.
So he doesn't take after his sisters. From what I hear about them, they're not. Do you think he's going to grow up to be a mama's boy?
I think he's already a mama's boy. He's also a grandmama's boy. Because my mother is like. We were talking about who he looked more like. If he looked more like Brooke or Michael. And she said he looks more like me. It was great.
Oh. You cry when you run out of baby bells?
That's a mood. I haven't had those in a while. Probably because they're kind of expensive, and when I get them, I eat them all really fast.
Fair, fair.
It's cheese. How can you not? Then I tend to make myself sick because I eat them too fast.
I have definitely made myself sick on cheese before. Oh. Sometimes cheese is just so good that you just need to eat it all. It's a requirement by law.
Exactly.
Yeah, one big bag for 1 week of the month.
Oh, I see.
Is this really a king carp? Did I miss out on pixels? No, it's a catfish. We were just speaking about lactose intolerance before.
Oh,
You
yeah.
might have been here for it. But yeah.
Yeah, Jesse, I was telling him how I felt a lot better lately since I've changed my medicine and I haven't really felt bad on it, and then I said it might be because I've been eating healthier things lately, and including like I've been getting oat milk in my chai lattes and stuff. And I said I think that I may have developed a lactose intolerance.
Yeah.
When I said that, it made me think of you, Jesse, and my family. My entire family's fucking lactose intolerant. It's not surprising to me at all that I would develop it.
It's honestly surprising that you went so long without being lactose intolerant. Yeah, it's just if you aren't born lactose intolerant, the only way to it's not even just guarantee. It's just the only way to delay the development of lactose intolerancy is to have lactose
Lactose
regularly.
intolerancy.
Intolerancy, like Chansey.
I'm gonna put something in your trash thingy, I think. Wait, do you have a recycling bin next to your trash?
Yeah, it's attached to a recycling bin.
Okay, because I don't want to make a recycling thing. I just want to see what happens if I put it in there.
You should ought to go into it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to your house and stare at it for however long it takes to do what it's gotta do.
I think the longest thing to go through the trash is like an in-game 40 minutes, but it's not long at all.
Oh, interesting.
Hmm?
Okay, cherry pits
They-
make coal.
Oh, that's what makes coal. Okay. That's good to know. How do you get cherry pits? Is that just from cherry trees?
Actually, no. You'd think, but no.
Okay, how do you get cherry pits?
Hold on. Slimes. Slimes around the cherry trees. They eat them,
Oh,
and then they eat the cherries, and then
So you could make a cherry farm.
Mhm.
Oh, because a coal farm with slimes.
Well, no, no, it's not all slimes.
Oh, it's just that specific zone in the cherry orchard.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm gonna go see if they drop more. I just want to see if maybe it's a time thing. Oh shoot, I forgot. There's also one more thing I need to do today.
I am happy to sleep to the next day whenever, honestly.
Yeah, I know, but I have to go search the mountain. And don't you have to like go to the greenhouse after midnight anyways?
Yeah, but that quest has been there for a bit. It's not really a big rush.
True. Like it only really mattered to get into the greenhouse to water the statue.
Yeah.
I just want to see if this slime's gonna drop it. Yep.
Nice.
So far I'm 2 for 2. Nope. So it's not a guaranteed chance. I'm not guaranteed that they're gonna drop it, but I had 2 out of 3. And it doesn't look like there's any more slimes out here, so
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
nope.
Okay, time to go sell these Neptune swords. They are very ocean-like.
But this really weird thing, there's this really weird thing about this cherry orchard. I don't know how this works. Okay, there's this broken bridge down here, right? But we're reading online about it, and because it was like, I can't fix it. And it's like, you have to go there after dark, and the bridge will be rebuilt. But then the next day it's broken again, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Anyways, as you can tell, we've been so interested in it. Obviously, we had to figure out why. And so we did nothing with this information.
We have done absolutely nothing. Yeah. Yeah, you are completely right with that.
Well, I like that Pokemon. It's purple.
Oh.
Have fun, Hika. Love you. Have a good
Have
stream.
fun, Hika.
I woke up this morning, you were still fucking streaming. I was like, damn.
Yeah, just make sure you take care of yourself when streaming.
Yes.
Just if you go too hard too fast, you can lead to burnout very quickly.
And as much as you like Crimson Desert, it can be exhausting.
Yeah.
How often do you stream? I think that's the big question.
Like some people can handle 10-hour streams every day.
Yeah.
Others can't.
Well, no, I'm saying how often, like how many days a week?
Try to do 10 hours every day. Okay. Yeah, just make sure to take care of yourself. I believe in
You're
you.
gonna be starting your job soon, aren't you?
Oh yes, yes.
Don't do it along with don't do 10 hours a day on top of your job.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely just make sure to prioritize real life job. Yeah. Yeah. You got this, Hiko. I'm gonna steal something
Decorating. From me?
Gonna steal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. We I'm so evil. Make some kegs. Dun, 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 dun.
Go Oak Resin?
Yeah.
Calling the church.
The whole church, the Inquisition, is coming after me.
Mm-hmm. Spanish Inquisition.
No, not the Spanish. They're gonna hit me with Spanglish. Yeah, I think it's in my gifts chest. Where is...
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I love you,
Mm-hmm.
my darling princess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hmm?
What?
I'm just saying I love you.
Oh. I thought you were trying to get my attention.
No, no, I said I love you, my darling princess, while yawning.
I thought that was a comma.
Ah, you thought I'm common.
Comma.
Common. I
Comma.
see how it is. I love you.
I'm gonna kick his ass.
Bring it.
I thought that's so cute. So cute. Ugh. Wish it was. Ugh. Need bigger rooms. I need to upgrade my house. I have more places to decorate. Jade Hills extended. No. Ooh. What is this? Looks terrible. Trash. Da-na-na-na. What's
This
that
is
one?
such a cozy stream.
Yeah, I agree. I'm decorating, kind of. By decorating, kind of, I mean like I need more space in my house. Not very productive.
Do you still need my pickaxe?
No, I don't.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
put that back
okay,
in
if I
there.
can get that.
Yeah. Cabin Tristan.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go and
Yeah, that doesn't look very good.
go for a swim in his scarp. It's pretty cool that, like, how many people in the community just, like, have gotten to streaming.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It's also sad because it's much harder to see people when, like, all our schedules conflict, though.
I've got all these people's portraits.
Oh?
I could put Kiara's portrait in my house.
Nice.
I'm sorry, that amuses me greatly. just you and I are gonna get married in game, and you're just gonna look up. It's,
You'll
look,
see a
come
wall
here,
of
come here. Look at this. Just fucking Kiara's face.
You're gonna have an entire
Shrine dedicated to
entire
Kiara.
shrine dedicated to Kiara, and then you're gonna have a hall of fame of your previous marriages.
Oh my god, I should do that. Hold on, let me see. Let's make sure everybody's in there that I want to marry. Okay. I don't know if I want to marry Alyssa. I think you'd probably marry Alyssa. I don't want to marry Anton.
Yeah, I will.
I
prefer to
don't think
marry-
I'll marry Blair just because, like, I feel like it'd be disrespecting, what's his face? Her dad.
I will disrespect her dad.
Yeah, you can, that's fine.
Say that you love me.
Corrine, I might marry her just cause, Kiara wants to marry her. Oh, Daya. Oh my god, no, that's the one we need to have in our shared home.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to have both. Fuck it. Kiara's in the kitchen. I'm gonna make a special room dedicated to these people's portraits. I love this.
Oh my god, it's gonna be like a fucking true crime documentary when the police raid your place.
Gio's here. June. Some of these people I don't even know. Maddie, Philip. I don't want to. I don't want to portrait Philip. I feel like I'm gonna feel so bad when I marry Philip. Isabel. Yeah, maybe.
Is there a certain thing, like certain events you only see after you're married?
Yes. Yeah.
Are they all like just random when they happen, or is it a specific thing?
14 hearts.
14 hearts. Okay, so once you're at 14 hearts, that's when you'll divorce.
Well, yeah. Oceans. That's nice. Ooh, floor dividers. Yeah, I want that. That's nice.
Say
Say
that
that you
you
love
love
me.
me.
Say that you leave me. Can I use this here? Or? That looks weird. Why does it look weird? Hmm. I got a right one. Fuck.
One thing I am curious about I don't know why I'm just got the One Piece live action on my head right now,
Okay.
but what have they done with Bon Clay's character?
Ooh, good
Because
questions. That has a potential for going bad very fast.
yeah, they, if they remove his character, that ruins a whole lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's definitely a very dated stereotype.
Mm-hmm. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I don't know if
Have
we'll
any
find
plans?
out.
Maybe
The
we'll watch a
thing is though, he's supposed to be in this arc, yeah?
in season 2 of the live action. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna Google it. Tony Award-winning actor and playwright Cole Escola, famous for Broadway's Oh Mary, has been officially cast as the fan favorite theatrical assassin Bon Clay, Mr. 2, for season 3.
Oh, okay. So they just got to the start of Alabasta, or like,
Oh my god.
I need to have a look.
Okay, this is 6 years ago, so guaranteed this has got to be some kind of cosplay. Never mind. However, I am looking at this. Okay, I think it's in the Philippines or something. Cause hold on. Is this official? I don't fucking know what this is. Ugh, fucking Facebook sucks. Oh, I see. This guy, come here. Hold on. Actually, I'll just pull it up over here. They can't see this anyways. So look, apparently he's pretty good at being like a little bit more eccentric.
Feminine
This
and
is
eccentric,
him.
yeah.
He is Don Clyde.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think, yeah.
It's just they're definitely gonna tone
Oh,
down
I'm
the character.
sorry. I said he. My bad. Non-binary. Wait, is this not the same person? This same person? This is not the same person. Who fucking knows? Yeah, it's the same person. Non-binary. Okay. Fucking perfect.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
is honestly what you would want.
Exactly. Fantastic.
I definitely see them toning back compared to the anime, because
I
of
don't know.
just
Look at this outfit.
oh no, not in the outfit.
Oh.
Just in the how Bon Clay portrays and acts, because it's very much
That should be exciting. I'm excited about that. I say excited about that like I'm gonna fucking watch it. I'm gonna look at clips. I'm so excited to see clips about it.
yeah. I'm more excited to see clips about live action
My
One Piece than I
concern,
am
my
about.
concern about watching the One Piece. I'm excited the One Piece live action is that because they're going so fast and they're going in like fucking random orders at times, it has potential spoilers for me watching it as the anime.
Yeah, there are characters that show up that would make sense in world for them to be during like certain flashbacks or something. But for the anime, they weren't there at that point in time, and if you're watching the anime, it's a spoiler for the anime.
Shrimp? No?
It's just, yeah. I think the pacing they're going at is actually pretty good. The problem is just
You say it's good?
the pacing for for it being a live action.
Alright.
Because you know who like a lot of the Netflix viewers are. There's a lot of kids who don't have a high attention spans.
Fair.
They need things to happen quickly. It's just they keep changing. I mean, they keep changing. They've changed fundamental aspects of how characters would react when joining the crew, and certain characters that have major plot points, like Kobe in the live action.
Or like even something simple like Usopp. Usopp got kissed. Usopp got kisses. Usopp does
Yeah,
not get kisses.
they're very much in a like they like each other, but it's more of like as Usopp is being a therapist.
Not anime pacing. You know it takes 17 seasons before they at least hold hands.
I heard that a lot of people were actually upset that that happened.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
Decorative bowl.
like I was expecting it to be very much just I would have my critiques of it. I was not expecting to watch one episode, I never want to watch it again. Don't want to continue. Don't want to watch.
I can get more of these decorative barrels. Nice.
Ooh. Well, you made more or you got more?
I got more.
Ooh. Where'd you get them from?
This big fucking table thing that I bought, remember?
Oh, yes. What does the furniture catalog do? Does it have a rotating list of just different furniture you can buy?
It's not rotating.
Oh.
It's not buying.
Oh. I can see why it's cost so much and why it's so good then. And why you wanted it.
I need more room in my house. There's just not enough room. Oh my god, I'm so mad.
I found the monster floor.
Oh my goodness, Lord. What do I do with this bowl?
But another red slime egg.
I need a birch table. This table? Or is this too big a table? Is this a big table or is this... No, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a side table. Yep, just throw it on the floor. That works.
Why did and how did I do that? Hmm.
Cute.
Oh my god, she's talking about herself again. She said she's cute.
There wall lights here.
Ooh. Wall lights?
Like sconces. I'm checking.
Oh, the sconces, yes. I saw a couple of them in the
No, they're not here. Some, not everything is going to be in here, but
not sconces, braziers, yeah.
that's the word I was looking for. Sconces, braziers. There are some. Oops.
I think you're right with sconce. Brazier's like the proper full stand-in one.
Yeah, there's some
Sconce.
standing ones in here for sure. This house needs to be bigger. I just need to look. I need to expand this house. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. I keep looking at it, going like, ugh.
These are match. 7. Okay, 3 more. 2 more for this guy.
I put a chair on the table by accident. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay, these are the last 2 I need to kill. On this floor.
The rugs. Are there any good, cuter rugs than that? I mean, there's this patchwork rug. Let's see how that looks. Oh man, why did they animate it? Yuck. I don't want my furniture animated. Unless, of course, it's like the fishbowl. That makes more sense.
Yeah, animated furniture is weird. How
They
so?
animated a rug.
Why is the rug moving?
The rug to move.
How is it moving?
Just, it's a color block, so the rugs are like, the blocks are just like switching.
Oh. No, that doesn't even sound like it would be good.
It's okay. This house will be expanded. It will be bigger. It will grow.
Is it 3 or 4 upgrades before you get the keg? Not the keg, the basement. The casks.
I've done one upgrade. The next upgrade includes the rest of the rooms, including the baby room. And then
Yeah.
the next upgrade after that is gonna include the
Okay.
that makes perfect sense. Fucking whatever. Like I said, need more room. I'm like putting random shit all over because it doesn't even make sense.
Oh my
This is
god.
a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, shut up. Alexa, shut up. I'm gonna take my nighttime meds because she reminded me. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Take your medicine. I should take mine too, but I wanna finish this floor I'm on.
I tell her
Or
to
at
shut
least
up, but I listen sometimes. Sometimes I just need to be reminded.
Hmm. uh. Need
Oops.
that. Five of those. Actually, let's use one of these. Whee! It's at 499 and I cleared it, so 400 next.
All right. Do you need to go forward? Do we? I lied. That's not the sentence I wanted to say. RFXFFD01 versus D0I. Okay. We're fixed to you too.
Wise words, gremlin child. Wise words indeed.
Okay. Are you cool to go on to the next day?
I am cool to go on to the next day.
Sweet, sweet.
I'm gonna go pee in real life.
All right.
After I set next day.
Okay, hold on. Let me just double check my. Okay, we're good.
So this is gonna be the last day of spring.
Artisan!
Artisan? Oh, you got artisan now.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the big bucks from smoked fish.
Yep. Nat!
Oh my god, it is the rat. Yeah,
she's
very much. 166 days a day.
yeah.
Most of that was just from smoked fish.
This is my messy house. You like it?
I love it. Nice.
It will still be cluttered when it's bigger. It just needs.
Just have more space to hold on.
Yeah. Ah, fuck. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I can eat. You can eat. It's fine. There's nothing down there. Care about. Emily taught me how to make a salad. And ooh, yes, fucking finally, I can buy the auto grabber. What? We're about to go to sleep. I work near you at 7 a.m. Ooh. Does that mean you're gonna come visit after you get off work? I finish at 10 a.m. So if you're gonna be awake, I'll totally pop. 10 a.m. Yeah, I'll probably be awake. I'll probably need fair enough. Fair enough. Sunny's birthday and Bert's birthday. Gold pickaxe is finished. Fantastic. And Robin will finish building my building in one day. Which is, oh, let me feed the cat. Not water the cat. Let me not do anything because apparently there she is. This is what she's working on here. Oh, buddy. Shoot. Who's this? Emily? Oh, it's the bird cutscene. I'm going to skip it because I've seen it like 100 times. And I don't know if you guys care. That's fantastic. You've been killing it, Jesse, honestly. How many are you planning to finish? How many planning? How many do you want to? How many do you want to have read by the end of the year? Thank you. There we go. I knew I'd get there eventually. Yeah, let me give me my pickaxe, Clint. You fucking whore. You whore. You got this. Easy. Easy. My pickaxe. Nice. Yay, pickaxe, yay. I want to upgrade something else. What do I want to do? Iridium. Ooh. Ooh. I cannot do the hoe. No, because tomorrow. Night, night, love you. I might wind up going to sleep soon, to be honest. Like, I had weird sleeps today, so I tried to go to sleep at 3, and then I couldn't fucking sleep. And then Tristan and I got into this long conversation about the logistics and technicalities behind training myself to wield a comically large hammer. And so we wound up having to leave the bed, go downstairs, and I basically hit him with a broom. Okay, look. Not my finest moment. But I was trying to figure out how to, because I could hit with, I knew how to swing a hammer with my right hand, but I didn't know how to do it with my left hand. On the left side. Why are there a bunch of kids at my house? Aw. What the fuck does that mean, Vincent? What do you mean mom says you're looking healthy? What does that mean? I already don't like your mom. Does that mean I'm fat? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Jazz is like, I don't, why? Why would you even say that? Okay, well, I feel like I just got offended by Jody.
Oh.
I had a cutscene. And Vincent told me that apparently his mom said that I look healthy. Which, in American lady terms, means that you look chonky.
See.
And everybody just looked at him and was like, really? Why would you say that? And he's like, what?
In Australian terms, they'll just say you're fat. To your face, I think.
You think?
Hmm?
You think?
I mean, some people are nice about it. Hi, Nat. Also, bye, Nat. I don't know if...
She left. She went to bed.
Good night.
She's got work at 10 in the morning.
Week.
7 in the morning? 7 in the morning.
Finish at 10 a.m.
She said she was going to be done at 10 and come by because she'd probably have to pee. I asked her if she was going to come by. She said that she was going to be near here.
Oh, nice, 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 nice. Jessie reading all her books.
The last day of spring. Better get shit prepped up.
Oh, Star Drop Day.
Is it? What's the weather tomorrow?
The weather tomorrow is sunny, I believe.
Okay.
Clear and sunny all day.
You should check Queen of Sauce.
It is an omelette,
Okay.
which we should have already learned. I might have bought the recipe for it from the bar.
I think I bought the recipe also.
Yeah. Ah, cool. My last few crops I get to harvest because they were ready today. Some beans.
I have got some fucking, I've got moss.
You got more moss again?
Uh-huh.
Okay, nice.
I'm gonna make the advanced bait maker.
Yeah, so your odds for moss during the day is 10% per tree.
Well, I don't know if these are new. They could have been there.
It could have been, yeah. Yeah. I'll just be worth selling that. I don't need another cauliflower, do I? I gave Jody hers. So I don't need it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. The one thing in my shipping bin. Yeah, and that's all gonna be...
You know what? I'm glad I answered correctly because I was spaced out when you were asking that. And I just said fucking whatever. And then you asked me again to verify, and I just went with what I said first. And then I was like, wait a second, no idea what the fuck he just said to me. And then I thought about it and I was like, okay, I answered correctly. Good. I need sprinklers. But how many?
My chest down there. If I plant... No, I can't plant summer seeds right now, can I?
Not right this minute.
Gotta wait for the next minute.
I think I want to go the opposite direction to these just to make it look better. Cause underneath my breath, you hurling, telling you look perfect tonight. I'm gonna get copyright claimed. So, why did I put... Okay. That was unnecessary. That's where fish pond go.
I found in love, I can't stop feel this sound. Just
Enjoy the
hold
ads, guys.
you. Enjoy that too, bitches.
You, oh my god.
That one hurt as well.
God, what the fuck was that? I love you. Oh my god. Show that to bitches. What the fuck?
Pardon me. uh, you look perfect. Sonny's and Bert's birthday. Oh, is Sonny the butler? I think he is.
Yeah, he's the butler.
And he likes rich cherries. Nice. He's not a picky prick.
Oh, he's not, because he's the nice guy.
Bert is. Oh, I know. Bert likes diamonds. That's fine. Well, I'm fine. You.
I did not enjoy that, but thank you for telling me to.
I'm sorry, Jesse.
He's so rude.
I'm the worst. I don't know how you put up with me.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. 8, 24, 30, 33, 33. 31. Fuck. 33. And when I'm done using them here, I can move them over to the other farm. Oh, I don't even have that many. Fuck. Hey, babe.
Babe?
I meant. Hold on.
I'm Babe.
Hold on. Hold on.
I'm Babe Ruth.
Nothing.
Oh no, my chest's got a leak again. Is it copper?
No.
Is it iron?
What?
No. Oh my god, my iron. It's too heavy for my chest. It's falling out the bottom.
There we go.
My chest still feels funky after that burp. I wanted not.
Oh my
Happy day.
Happy day. How you doing, Sims? Good. We're great. We've been playing some heavily modded Stardew where we pause time and then don't have to worry about fucking squat.
It's so just chill and
It is
relaxing.
so nice. It feels like Animal Crossing, you know, where you just like do everything you want to do. And if you want to time travel to the next day, you can. Or you can just stay on that day for fucking ever, you know? Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, but we're doing
Enjoy yourself.
amazing.
It's great.
Every aspect.
So we're getting prepared for tomorrow, first day of summer. All right, I need to go make 3 more scarecrows. I need to make you an animal. What kind of animal do you want to be, Sims? I just want to prepare for it. You want to be a pig? Okay,
Pig.
sounds good. When I get a pig, that will be you.
What do pigs make
I'm
in this
glad to
game?
know, though, because normally I can't name people pigs because people don't want to be pigs. Yeah. Pigs make truffles. And
Oh,
truffles
that's how you
make
get truffles.
money. Yeah, especially since we have the perk where when we pick things up.
I was wondering how to get truffles. I know that like truffle oil's a thing. Why am I looking for the ladder when I found the ladder already?
I don't know.
I am out of it today.
No.
Who am I?
My
What
hubby.
am I?
Like it's kind of cute.
What week is
Cute.
it?
Of the year?
Yeah, of the year. What week?
22.
It's the 22nd week of the year. Oh my god. Oh. This week's been this week, this year's been flying by.
Oh, wow, yeah, it has.
It really just feels like yesterday you got here.
Do you think? Does it? Does it? I feel very comfortable here. It might feel that way to you, I guess.
You feel comfortable? You mean like it's taken a long time? What?
No, I mean, like, usually it takes me a long time to get comfortable places.
Oh. So that's I see. Yes, yeah, that would yeah.
I just realized I have all these fucking notes. Do I need to go to Ridgeside after 8 p.m.? No. Do I need to gift Shane? No. I will hydrate. I will hydrate. Where's my drink? You know what? I can't hydrate, so fuck you. This last little sip of Gatorade, that's all I got.
I did ask her earlier if she wanted a drink, and then she said no, I'm good.
I
I
don't
should
remember.
just
I
gotten
don't
her a
remember
drink
this.
anyway.
To be fair, I forgot that I gave you my drink. So this is Al, and this is Corey, and this is Mayo, and this is Milky, and this is Wander, and this is Jesse. Jesse's a
And
dinosaur.
I'm Tristan.
And these right here, these little butterfly things all over the place, like these little random butterfly things, these are lightning rods.
Yeah, the like the skin mod pack we have.
These hedges are just
Beautiful.
basic bitch fences, and then I downloaded a no-decay mod for the fences. Fuck! I remember what I was trying to do now.
Oh?
I was trying to make 3 scarecrows, and then I got distracted about the pig, and then I made I went in there, I was like, what am I doing here? Obviously, I was trying to make the deluxe worm bin.
Obviously, yeah, yeah.
Coals, I have 3 more coals.
Yeah, the fairy core texture pack, lovely.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now I'm out of fucking fiber.
You can pinch some of mine. Getting some more as well while I'm mining. Should be in materials.
Done.
What are you talking about? This is the normal way.
Because
What?
he's Australian, Sims.
Nothing's wrong. Everything is how it should.
Exactly as intended.
Perfectly balanced, like all pandas should be.
So there's this wolf snapper here, yeah? And then if you go in his chest, you'll see some nothing. You'll see some nothing because that wolf snapper is a piece of shit.
Is it already in the preserve jars? Is the chest attached to the preserve jars? Oh. It's a piece of shit.
I put my processing stuff in the shed.
Oh yes, yeah.
EBGBs.
EPGBs. Is there something you can do with a strange bun? Why do I remember doing something with a strange bun?
You can once you can get into Vince's room, you put it in his toy box.
Ah,
And then you get a
yes,
cool
that's what it
statue.
was. Yeah. Oh, can you please pay time for a little bit? I may have a case of the slime.
I guess if I must.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go see what I need to go gift Sunny a ridge cherry. Let me see if I got one of those. I should. I do. I have an iridium one too. And then Bert wants a bean hot pot, which I mean I've got one. I don't even remember where I got it, but I have one.
Well, I have an ad break starting in
Oh,
2
and it's
minutes.
Sunday, which means I can then also gift Kiara again.
Sunday. Oh, I need to have my meds. Anti-sadness, go. I'm out
She
of
likes
water.
spaghetti.
Oh, there was the water you threw at me. I got water.
Look, I had to throw water at him. I'm not going to tell you why. I'm just saying it needed to happen. How long has this save gone on for? 2 weeks, I think.
I feel like we're over 100 hours.
Been a while.
Is there a way to check how much you've played a game recently?
I don't know. It's very relaxing, though, Sim. Seriously, I highly, highly recommend. Oh, where the fuck am I going? And then I could space out and just like go in the complete wrong direction and not really be super stressed out about it. Because like I just turn around and go back. And I've wasted no time. It's really nice.
It is, however, a completely different feel to like being on the time.
It is. Like the thing is like it's just different.
Yeah.
So like I absolutely intend on make this is what I was saying yesterday is I intend on making a vanilla world at some point and doing a challenge and with obviously time and everything still going, but this is just it's a vibe.
Yeah, currently like it's honestly great for you being in the current state of mania you're in because your brain's wanting to do a whole bunch of different things and get lost all the time.
It's true. It's true. I would be super overwhelmed if I had all the things to. Ooh.
Paralyze? I have no clue what that is. Of course I get slimed again. My love. I got a boo-boo.
It's a game. It's a life simulation. Hold on. Life simulation game about building homes, lives, and bonds through both
Huh?
hardship and success. Where will your story take you?
My story's gonna take me to Vietnam. New indie Sims. Oh, it's a Sims. Okay, okay. I hope you've been enjoying it. I mean, you did say you've been
Addicted to it.
obsessed with it, so I assume there's enjoyment. Unless you're rage obsessed with it, that is something that does happen with people.
Now I have to find out if I even have enough. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. How many spots do I have per one of these? One,
Cram people.
1, 2,
Look
3,
like crap.
4,
Taste
5,
like people.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
You're
14,
boycotting Sims 4?
15,
Did the company behind it do something weird?
21. Alexa, 18 times 21.
Herbstal Coral.
I have enough. Uh, I don't like Sims 4 because in Sims 3 you can make a bunch of characters and have them like go all around the world and everything like that, whereas there's only like fucking 2 houses or 2 or 3 fucking houses.
Oh, so Sims 4 was like a.
I don't know. They it looked like they put a lot of effort into they put a lot of effort into the parts that people don't really care about, or at least the part that I didn't care about.
Yeah, it was bought out by Saudi Arabia and a shit ton more. Oh, yeah, didn't like Jared Kushner and Saudi Arabia buy out?
What makes you think I would love Care Lives? I'm just curious. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I'm curious as to why you feel that way.
Yeah, I got rid of my forageables chest and my misc chest. I don't know where I put my other chests. I must have placed them all down. That
Not where
must
I meant to
be
go.
it. No other possibility. Let me.
I know one of my
Picture.
things I didn't like about. Oh my god.
Bit of a lag spike though, I think.
Hello, Farmer Aiko. Have you come to visit my new friend? It's a duck.
Have I?
Do you know what he is, Aiko? A duck. A russet-bellied quackster. You made that up. No, you're silly. He's an emperor wood duck, of course. Of course he is. Open world like TS3 and an actual color wheel. Ew. Okay, are there like 4,000 add-ons like The Sims? That's one thing I don't like about it. Live in Gotoro, that's 100.
Plan on
Wow.
adding. Okay, everyone like.
She's so smart. That's why I like this
Cars are
kid. She's
cool.
fucking smart. Oh, God. Oh my God. I need to know if the only way to get this cutscene was to get in this area and just have bread in your inventory.
Oh, that's a very specific requirement for a cutscene. That
I
would be
don't know
really
if
weird.
I feel like I have bread in my inventory. Oh my God. What about grapes? Can I give him grapes? Sure, grapes are okay. Corn, lettuce, peas, they're good too. Okay. But it's best if he finds his own food. I'm gonna talk to Dad. He doesn't look hurt, but it's weird for him to be here. Maybe he blew over a storm or escaped from a bird park. I've gotta go. Come visit again soon. Just don't bring bread. Is that literally? I'm gonna check my inventory because I feel like.
You might have found it in
Yeah,
the
I have
chat.
bread. I have bread in my inventory. I'm pretty sure that that's
Oh.
the stipulation for getting that cutscene. Is you have to have bread in your inventory. And the fun fact is, like, look, I went to the mods. If I go to the mods section, and scroll down to, scroll up to eScarp NPCs, and you go all the way into the bottom. No sir meme duck, change to true if you don't want grape related memes with your duck or to be called sir.
Does that base
Obviously.
games have duck memes, or is that a mod?
That's part of eScarp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have like 187, I think. Like, there's a few we've added, but like the base mod packs we're using is 182.
What are you talking? Oh yeah, yeah. 100. Well, I have 181. I removed the kawaii hats
Oh yeah.
because that was breaking that was breaking all the hats.
The devs promised only free updates and no DLC to that.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be too much the rest of the stream, Jesse, because I'm getting kind of tired. I don't know about Tristan.
Yeah, I'm happy to wind down whenever.
Yeah. Basically, I think ending today is probably good because that way tomorrow we can just kind of plant plants and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Traveling
But I need to
Merchant
give
is in
people things
town.
still too, so. And I'm trying to, yeah, it's, what time is it? It's 12:35. It's pretty early for what we want, but our sleep schedule's still not fully fixed.
Yeah, like we're actually at the point where we can stream.
Yeah.
It's just been
Okay, it's still like, okay, so for example, my goal is to wake up at 11 a.m., right? This
yeah.
morning I woke up at 8 a.m., which is fine, except for it was enough time for it was early enough that I still had to take a nap, right?
Yeah.
And taking the nap led to us only being able, and because it was later than I'd been waking up, which is like 3 a.m., it was like hard to get to sleep. So I needed a nap, but it was
And
hard for
also
me to get to sleep. And so by the
the
time I got
bit
to
of
sleep,
caffeine we
it was
had
only
tonight.
like an hour nap, hour or two nap. Anyways, we're still working on fixing the schedule. It's hard to figure out how to do it, honestly. Because like we can try, like I gotta tell y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, I ain't no spring chicken no more. Okay? I ain't no spring chicken no more. I tried to push it. I tried to push it. I couldn't. I couldn't. Do you know what happened when I tried to push it? I started crying. I started crying.
We
I
were
started
getting
feeling,
meds a lot.
I feel like, yeah, we were forgetting meds a lot. I started crying. I started feeling like I was stupid and things that I was saying were stupid. I started defending myself. uh, I, for some reason, thought that he thought I was racist, even though I didn't even do anything. I just got it in my head that he thought I was racist somehow. And I started crying, trying to defend myself. It's one of those things. It's like a start.
And then I started blast.
You just like, you just get those random shit in your head sometimes, man.
Like,
It's funny in hindsight, but it's not funny at the time.
in the moment, it was scary for you.
I thought he was gonna leave me. I was trying so hard. Please don't think I'm racist. I swear I'm not.
Yeah, it's just like we can push ourselves, but not too much. And I've got just a friggin' conditions that just like, oh yeah, you want to sleep? Here's 18 hours of sleep a day. Oh, you're not. You haven't slept enough.
Ooh, you excited?
Ooh. Do you have any more like assignments or exams to do, or is it just like literally the formality of the graduation ceremony left?
Also, I should mention, either you or Milky messaged me about college, and I don't remember who it was. Good job.
Wow. 102 and 103 are both monster floors if you want to grind out slimes today.
No. I want to go to sleep.
I know, but like before we go to the next day, but
Oh,
imagine
yes, yes.
we can stay on this day and then next time we stream tomorrow, we start with.
Are you going to college, Sims? If you're not, that's fine. I got a message from either you or Milky about getting accepted to college, and I don't remember which one it was.
Congrats
You are. Okay, I'm proud of you. That's good. I hope that what you're going for is something that you're really passionate about.
I feel like Milky was also talking about college as well, maybe? I don't know.
Check my DMs.
No.
I don't think so, because it looks like before the previous 2 messages he sent me yesterday was him telling me Merry Christmas.
Okay, so unlikely.
Let me check Sim's DMs. Oh, yep. 3:30, March 30th. I got into college and I'm going in August.
Nice.
It was Sims.
That's where my semester goes back, and honestly, I don't even know if I want to do next semester. My brain has been out of it all year. I'm definitely gonna finish my. Oh, I got an event in town. Can't ignore.
Tristan has been going to school and he's been feeling less motivated to go to school because his original motivation for going to school was so that he can move to an Asian country. And now that he's with me, he doesn't want to move to an Asian country, which is fair because I also don't want to move to an Asian country. Visiting, sure. Moving to, no. So now his motivation, his original motivation for starting to go to school is gone. And so it's a little bit hard to stick to it. But I have told him that I'm going to encourage him as much as I can to continue going to school because he's so fucking close. He's so close, you know? Like for me, it's like I dropped out early when I was in college. And I still wound up in fucking debt. Whereas he's so close. If I was that close, I'd have probably continued.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my degree at some point. It's just like I'm taking my time.
taking his time.
I don't have much left to do. Sociology
With a
and Indigenous history is my minor, which I might turn into a second major.
It's super fun, like when we have conversation about like the indigenous people, the aboriginals of Australia, and like him and his mom start talking about it, and she'll say something, and he'll be like, "Actually, no," and then she'll be like, "Really?" And I'm like, "He's gone to school for it. I trust him. Trust me." You're majoring in history, debating on minor in interior design. As somebody who went to school for interior design, that is what I dropped out for. Why? Because you have to make sure that it's not just, you're not doing it for you. Like, it can be something that you're interested in for other people, sure. But, like, you have to realize that it is all about what the client wants. And if you're like, ugh,
Yeah, if you want control over something, you can. Yeah. It,
you could sit there and tell the client that their ideas are stupid, but you
that's
ain't
how you
gonna,
don't get
that's
it.
how you lose clients. The thing is like, I realized that mine wasn't so much about, oh shit, the clients are gonna come up with something stupid. Mine was, oh man, the people in this industry. First off, it was during the recession that I went through, the 2008
Ooh.
recession that I went to school for interior design. I was like, nobody's gonna fucking hire an interior designer. Second off, I was like, um, I realized that I would have to be around a lot of snooty people for my entire career, which is absolutely not what I wanted. And also, I'd probably have to deal with either people coming up with stupid things like let's make the carpet yellow or boring things, like super boring things. I was more interested in things like designing bars. I got in trouble, not in trouble necessarily. I got a bad grade on an assignment because we were supposed to design a kitchen, and everybody's kitchen was so fucking boring, and I designed mine to look like an Irish pub, which was great except for the fact that there was a bar in the kitchen and there was like a lift up thingy that you can like go in and then put the bar down kind of thing. And apparently that wasn't good because if people have kids, their kids' fingers can get pinched in it.
Yeah. Just
Yep.
reacting as if the client, you know.
I was mad. I was mad about it. I worked my ass off on that too. I was so fucking proud. But that's why I was saying, I was like, you're not gonna please fucking anybody. And especially when people are paying you a lot of money to do things that aren't like necessities and stuff like that, these people are gonna be assholes. I kind of get it. Like, to be real, like, to be fair, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm just like the most go with the flow kind of. Oh, yeah, I already know about the midnight carp. I don't know why you bought it.
I didn't know. I didn't realize you already got one.
I didn't get one. Why would I get one?
To donate?
What are you donating it for?
I don't know.
Where
yeah,
are
it's
you
not donate.
donating it to?
Willie's pockets.
I guess. Go give it to him. Maybe he'll like it. It's not needed for the museum.
No, I thought it was needed.
No.
Anyway, I don't know if you wanted this or not.
Oh my god. I did. I did want that. I don't know what's in it.
Neither do I. And whatever may have been in it before could be retextured.
I'm gonna oh yeah, true. I'm gonna go give the bean hot pot and the cherry to them first, but anyways, so yeah, it's a lot of whenever I'm hiring artists, I'm critical because I know I'm paying money for it. I'm gonna want like it's like I have a vision, I just can't do it myself. And I know a lot of people are like that as well. Is he like Earth Crystal? Yeah, of course he'd like a fucking Earth Crystal. He's so down to earth. Hate him.
Yeah, your clients.
You have to deal with client preferences, and if you're just like, oh, this is ugly, I hate this.
Just assume you're never making anything to make yourself happy. You'll only be making something that.
At the time, I will say at the time, what was really popular on TV around that time was TLC's like trading spaces, and that shit made interior design look fun. And that is what I was like excited about. I'm not going to sit there and say that shit looked good by any stretch of the imagination. Looking back on it now, it looks terrible. Terrible. That show fucked over a lot of people's houses. But it was interesting, and it was interesting. It wasn't boring. But that's the reason that they were so weird, is because if they had been boring, nobody would have watched it.
I hate like the modern architecture and aesthetics and like through house planning and all that. Just outside and inside modern stuff is just
Like,
yeah.
if a kid says,
Oh,
"Ooh, I really like outer space," and then they'll design the entire room themed after outer space. That kind of shit. That's what I think is cool. That's what I think is fun. And I went to interior design school to do that, but that's not what it's about at all. Every time I watch a home renovation show, I scream at the TV with my opinions, act like they hear me. Exactly. I mean, I used to do that. I don't do it anymore. Now I don't care. Now I'm just like, ugh. That seems like it's gonna be hard to clean. Why so much white? I say that. No, I don't say that. I think white's gorgeous. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to clean. Sometimes fucking
Yeah.
worth it. Like my desk is right now. My desk is white. I'm honestly a fan of white and pink. Okay. I don't know if you know this about
White and
me.
pink go together well.
They do.
One issue that like I've come across a Reddit post that is just like they talk about how something not a lot of people tell you about is that the 80s used to be so brown
It was orange.
or like yeah like media portrays it as a real colorful, but it's just like orangey brown, just
Shag carpet.
yeah. These days it's just everything's a shade, everything's a different variation of beige.
Bruh.
Everything's beige.
Okay. Pocky. What's his name? What is his name? Pokey?
Who?
The Hawaiian dude. He fed me in a cutscene, and now I have +4 fishing bonus.
Oh, must have fed you
The zesty tuna.
zesty tuna. Yes, yes. You can buy the recipe to make it.
Probably why he trying to make sales free samples. Oh, out of stock. I think I have the recipe to make it.
Maybe. Oh, I've got a. Oh no. Oh no, my love. I think it's happening to me.
What? Oh no, what?
Don't touch my back, Kiahi.
Oh no! Oh no. He's gonna give you a nice little pat on the back. Everybody's gonna tell you you stink. I wonder if Sonny's gonna say.
Kiahi pats you on the back.
Sorry, you know, have to go through this.
So,
You're gonna go
okay.
lock yourself in your room. Never come out for the rest of the day. I'm not talking to nobody. My house was built in 1927. It was renovated in the 80s. My kitchen's incredibly wood tone orange. The counter does look white plastic paint. My parents were like, God, if we had money, we'd change this. Yeah. Well, now I guess you could do it for him, right?
Anna, there's no mod to kill Kiahi.
Damn.
Literally searched up if there was a mod to kill that kid.
I don't even need to kill them. I just want revenge.
Yeah.
Ugh. So, I actually bought well, I was in the process of buying a house that was built in 1950, and I was renovating that shit on my own because it was very dated. A lot of it wasn't kept, it wasn't really well maintained, and so like I was like renovating an entire bathroom and everything like that. The only reason I wound up leaving that place is because I'm sorry, my brain stopped working halfway through that sentence. Because the septic tank broke, and I was trying to get somebody to come out and fix it, and they told me it was going to cost $10,000 because I needed to replace the entire thing, like dig it out and replace the whole thing, and I didn't have the money. So, are you guys searching for? Not actively. We're working on a career.
Yeah. If we
Guys, I can't leave Valerie. She needs me. No, I'm just kidding. She's fine. She's totally self-sufficient. She needs me.
it's very much just like everything's expensive these days, as it is with everywhere in the world,
We
and
are in a very fortunate situation where we have time to work on building up, like actually building a legitimate Twitch career. And I understand that there are a lot of people who are not fortunate enough to do that, and that's our goals. You know, it's what we want. It's our goals, and
we were discussing earlier in the day about like when should we start pivoting to making it like a proper, aiming for like proper business rather than just fun
It definitely won't
and
be until
hobby?
after the debut.
Yeah.
We've got some new merch that's going to hang out as well. And we're
Yeah.
opening up a new bubble, red
Red
bubble.
bubble.
Where the fuck is Sunny, dude? I swear to God, if
Uh,
he's in Pelican Town, I'm gonna kick him. Heap store. Okay. He's right next to me.
ah. Yeah, it's thank you. Thank you. Mostly Aiko. Aiko's done a lot.
I it, I could work harder. I know I could. I've been kind of like trying to get everything situated and everything. It's taken a lot longer than I expected. It's caused a lot of distraction, and so I'm trying to like pull back sometimes because it's like I feel like I'm stressing myself. It's like I was getting my point to, self to the point where it's like, okay, well, I stopped streaming in October because I moved, right? And then I was like, well, I haven't streamed in October, November, December, January, February, March, and now April's coming, and now I cannot focus on, like, I lost all sense of motivation at that point because it was like I need to stream and I can't figure out what to stream and I need to make sure it's a big thing. And also I haven't been advertising myself and I started overthinking fucking everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I want to come back with a big bang because it's like it's been so long since I've been there. And then I started feeling really disappointed in myself because I hadn't been streaming, and then it was time for me to start. I was able to actually start streaming again, and it's like I didn't have the motivation to do it. And then it was just eventually, eventually, I was like, okay, I just have to go live. I can't, like, no
Yeah.
building things up or whatever. But at the same time, another thing is another reason I wanted to go live so bad wasn't even necessarily because I want to go live, which I do. I do want to go live. I enjoy streaming and stuff like that. But like, I was like, we need to start generating hype around our new models too, because I'm super excited about that. Right? This model that I'm using right now sucks by comparison. It is terrible, terrible, terrible. This is trash, garbage. Tristan's model is less trash than mine is. So, and he's in a literal trash can.
And trash.
So, our new models look fantastic.
They are in
And
fucking
we commissioned
incredible.
an artist to make a splash piece for us. And we're calling it the Heartblossoms Smash Splash. And that's going to be our new artwork. In addition to, like, we've got the Study Buddy art, we've got the Aiko Waifu art, we've got the Enchanted Forest art, we've got our new logo, which is also on more merch as well. I could have held off the logo, but I really liked it, so. And it kind of gives a tiny bit of a sneak peek into our new models too.
And you made the logo yourself. You
I
took
did.
inspiration from like some of the artwork we got, but like Aiko made the logo herself, and it looks fucking amazing.
I love the logo, dude. Like,
It
I
is.
committed to that fucking logo.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if you saw it.
It's
Did you see them? Did you see?
perfect.
I don't know if they saw the logo, so I'm gonna show them because I don't know where I put it anywhere.
Yeah, the logo is not really a spoiler of anything.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it is in the tiniest of ways, but not really.
Where is Bird?
I don't know. I haven't even given this fucker. Yeah, I did. I did give him his
Bird.
cherry. I have no idea.
Legends Residence, and then who is Bird?
This is our new logo, the one that I designed. Boop-a-doop, boop, boop. Look how good this looks. Right? The only thing I had to do to finally be fucking happy with it was to change the goddamn font. So yeah, for a long time we were using just chicken pie. And now we've got chicken pie and Frankfurter. So both chicken
see
pie and
that.
hot dogs. That's our fucking
It's
our
very
go-to
delicious.
fonts are chicken pie and hot dogs, apparently.
Very delicious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's very cute.
it is incredibly fitting. It matches it. It's perfect.
It's perfect.
It is perfect, and it's that's all you.
I made it up. I was so proud. Oh, also, I actually kind of like was inspired based on making that Jolly Roger. Did I show you guys the Jolly Roger? So we had this Jolly Roger, right? Basic bitch Jolly Roger. And I was like, all right, well, time to fucking make it shit my own. So I was like, well, if we have a Jolly Roger, this is what it's gonna look like.
Yeah.
I had fun making that too. We've been watching so much One Piece. Yeah, they're called Jolly Rogers.
Yeah. Yeah. Skull and crossbones on a black flag. It's a
Basically,
Jolly
the
Roger.
episode of One Piece we happened to be watching at the time when I made that was was it a filler arc you said about the Jolly Roger?
Yes, it was the filler arc after Water 7.
Yeah, Skull and Crossbones is also not inaccurate, but yeah, they're called the Jolly Roger. It's called the Jolly Roger. Where did you find Bert?
I mean, what?
Did you find Bert?
Yes, he's in the south side of Ridgeside, but for some reason the navigator won't take you to him.
That's weird.
He's across the river, across the stone bridge. If you just go
Okay.
south of the community greenhouse,
Okay.
it's just literally right inside his house. Don't know why the GPS won't take you there.
Okay. I don't know where he lives, but you know, I'll figure it out.
I'm watching you on the map, just across the stone bridge. Yep, and the house will be down the stairs on the left.
This one's him?
Yeah, he's just right in the doorway.
Oh, I have a cutscene, sorry. Don't go running about recklessly now, Trin. I don't want you banging up your legs again. I know, Mom. I'll be careful. And try not to get lost in thoughts of your pretty butterflies or your little crush on Kiahi.
Oh my!
I'm still getting the mud stains out of that dress from the day Kiahi hugged you and you walked straight into the river.
Oh my! Scandalous.
Mama. Can I go now, Mama? I promise I'll take care. Go on, get, but be back before dark. She's so angry. Okay, bye, Mom. Oh, hello there, Aiko. Excuse me for a moment. Whose cutscene is this? Whose cutscene is this? Alright, I'm off to see my cousin and Pierre now, honey. No, you're not. No, you're not. Pierre and me are going to talk about business thingamajigger we're considering. Alright, dear, don't make any rash decisions this time. We both know the last one turned out. Use your brain and not your heart, you hear?
I feel like this has got to be an Olga cutscene with how
Oh, I know,
featured
honey.
she
I've
is.
done messed up that time. Don't you worry, none. Your birdie's got this. She seems so mad. You better. Alright, then you go off. Take care now. Oh, now she's happy. I'm sorry about that. Bit much of private life, I'm afraid, but Bert does need to be reminded to be careful. So, something I can help you with? Yeah, it's Olga. Just visit. Just to visit? Well, come on. Always a pleasure to get to know your neighbors better. Would you like sweet tea and don't mind the mess none? You know what they say. If you're coming to see me, come anytime. But if you're coming to see the house, make an appointment. I like that. If you're coming to see me, come anytime. But if you're coming to see the house, make an appointment.
that is amazing. That's great.
That's great, Vtuber. Also, her house is nice. So shut the fuck up. You're like my mom. Let the fret drop by again. Da, 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 da. Exactly. As soon as she said, oh, there she is. Oh, there he is. Birthday gift. It's very kind of you. I love it. Oh, hey there, Aiko. If you forage, you can make a quick buck selling stuff you find in the woods if you need. Don't go trying to sell some poisonous mushrooms or nothing.
Oh, she can sell them for a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm like, I sell lots of poisonous mushrooms. Bruh, sorry. Okay, so friendship.
I'm happy to end whenever you are as well.
I'm looking at friends.
Yeah. Ooh. That's a good idea. I should look
I
at
haven't
this.
gifted George today.
Is it a new week? It is a new week. I can gift Jade again.
Oh, fuck. I also forgot I was going to gift Kiara. Oh my god, now I've got a cutscene with Bert. This entire family. The Bert family with Trini and Olga. Oh boy, this don't sound good at all. Is it the windmill? The mills? Hey Aiko, do you have a moment? Any chance you can lend me a hand or two? Nope.
They want me to
Should
clap
I?
for them.
Sure, I'll help you. Thanks a lot, Aiko. You're the best. I know. I'm awesome. So glad I finally caught a stream of missing talking to you guys. For sure. Exactly. We've been so. We'll be here like 4 days a week, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
stream weekend.
sometimes maybe other days if we're feeling it, if we just feel like it, but
That will most likely only happen, at least from me, after I finish my assignment, which is due. I got an extension, so next week.
here, you hold on to this doohickey here while I reach inside. I'm holding a doohickey. Like how southern this family is. Okay, hold on tight now. Oh, he broke something.
Oh.
And broke again. Oh my god, this cutscene sucks.
What do you like?
Aha, sounds sweet as a lullaby. Does it? Was this supposed to be playing music? Because if it was, then I missed that entirely. I have the music turned off.
Maybe
Okay.
that's why the cutscene sucks.
I was like, what is that happening? Couldn't have done it without you. Say, are you up for grabbing a beer or something? We deserve one after a hard day's work, huh? You alright? Sounds good. Go grab one of the lawn chairs over yonder. I'll head on inside and get our drinks.
You really are a very southern family.
I said that the same thing, Sims. Don't even worry about it. My brain's in the fucking gutter 99% of the time, anyways. I might not seem like it, you know, because I'm super say-so, but, you know, I put on a show that I'm super say-so and I don't ever have, like, naughty thoughts or nothing, but it happens. I forgot where I'm going now. Oh, Kiara. I have to go see that hot lesbian.
So say so.
Oh, there's something wrong with me.
I love you.
One day I'll
Please
figure
don't
out what she does for a
change.
living.
Just be
I
yourself.
will.
Yeah, Toads, eat that dino egg. I don't know what he's doing with the dino egg, actually.
He's eating it, probably. What do we got here? It's always a mystery where we find Kiara, because, like, she has probably 17 jobs in this town, and I
She's
don't.
up in the ridge,
Thanks for
at the
narrowing that
lake.
down.
The ridge forest. Head that way.
Oh, she's up there.
She's at the lake before it. Yeah,
Okay, that, yeah. Right.
probably fishing or enjoying the view or something. I don't know.
I don't know. She doesn't strike me as a fisher type. Oh my god. I have a Sunny quest line, or
Wait.
Sunny cutscene.
Oh, that's why it zoomed you past her.
Good morning, Miss Aiko. You're here to visit the Mountain Spirit Shrine too? No. What do I say? Yes, I'm here to give thanks.
Where's Freddy?
Lovely, I'd expect nothing less from someone who nurtures the earth, flora, and fauna. Yep,
Yep, that's what you
come
do.
closer. Oh my god, it's a cauliflower. I guess you're wondering why I come here to bring an offering as often as I do. I don't mind. You live your life. You seem a lot nicer than everybody else you live with. Believe it or not, the mountain spirit once saved my life. Well, that's good. You see, I'm born into a family who's under oath to serve the Amathines if possible when we come of age. That sucks. When I was young, my father brought me here to meet the head of the Amathine family at the time. That sucks. I was such a curious boy. While my father was working, I took the chance to explore the mountains. I was roaming around the rich forest during the night when some foul looking creatures came out from the shadows and started to chase after me. That sucks. I was cornered, crying and covered in wounds. That sucks. I thought I was done for. That sucks. But I'm sorry. His story is awful. But before I passed out, I saw a glimpse of a foxtail covered in velvety golden red fur waved in front of me. Um,
That
that
is
sounds like my belt, my
that, that
bracelet thing. When I saw a pair of beautiful green eyes looking back at me, eyes that made me feel safe. Okay. The next thing I knew, when I came to, I was in front of this very statue here. And so I believe this is the shrine of the great mountain spirit. What does this have to do with the Amathine family? From that day on, I've devoted my life to honoring the mountain spirit and loving nature, as it is what she looked like after according to literature about her. I worked hard to become the Amathine family's head butler in order to work this specific village. Oh,
yeah, I feel sorry for him. Indentured servitude?
all I can easily,
Oh,
also I can easily visit my savior's shrine. You are visiting your savior's shrine.
when you could just visit the waterfall that's open now that
No,
she's
no,
at.
no, no, no. The whole reason he works for this particular family who has hot rods shoved up their asses
That's putting it lightly.
is so he can visit his favorite shrine because it's close by. That sucks.
Hope I
I
hope
don't
his
know what to
story
say.
is
That
getting
sucks.
free of the family. They're pieces of shit.
I would love to find out that they're deeper than they are, but the fact that I go in and the kid says to me, you should quit being a farmer and become my servant instead. It'd be a step up the career ladder for you. I just want to set that child on fire.
Yeah. Yeah, that child deserves fire. That's it. That's all they deserve.
Sonny, quit your job. It's time you retire. I'll be returning to my duties now. It was lovely chatting with you. Also, Sonny, it's your fucking birthday. Go take a break.
Yeah, that family really is awful. They are trash.
Sup, Kiara?
See you, honey, on the other side of the lake.
Kiara is
Floating.
scowling at her phone. Profits matter more than people. You. The rest of her sentence is lost to muttering. What? I'm gonna give her spaghetti and maybe I'll cheer her up. You're the best. Thanks for this, Aiko. I am so confused.
I did have a cutscene before, that was talking about Jojo Mart, trying to open up a thing here, so maybe she's working on something to keep them out.
Maybe. I
It's
don't
just
know. I don't know what she fucking does here.
yeah.
She is an enigma. I found a
Oh my
frog.
god, it's the frog.
It's an iridium frog. Should I dehydrate it? It feels wrong to dehydrate frogs, but it's okay to dehydrate fish, and I don't know why that. I don't know why.
Maybe put it in the hot box. Get it high.
What was I gonna do? I was gonna go gift George.
I got a fork too.
George needs his leak. His weekly leak.
Leakly. Mm, no.
What should I gift him? Oh, I already gifted him, didn't I? Oh my god, he loves Cape Tree Frogs? How fucking nice. Did I already gift him though?
Maybe it's you passing him.
Oh yeah, I did. I gifted him already. I gifted him a Earth Crystal. He's very down to earth. Gee.
Itchy.
Eh. Can't wait till you guys see my new model. I can't fucking
I
wait.
can't wait until
Like,
you
she
them
looks
too.
amazing. And Tristan's looks amazing too. They both look fantastic. You guys are gonna lose your minds. I'm not even kidding.
Artist killed it.
She
The rigger killed it.
destroyed it.
Mm.
Smashed it. And we have two artists, so we technically have two model mamas.
Yeah.
Why are you asking me if I'm cold and don't they make sweaters? It's fucking summertime, George. I'm gonna leave the house and then I'm gonna go back in. Nope.
Oh, a pearl.
Nice. George is now 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4. Emily is number 3. Andy is number 2, and Trini is number 1.
And he's just so easy to level up.
Why
It's
is
like
Shane so high? Is it because he wanted the fucking flounder? His quests have been so easy, and then you just gift him some beer. The thing is these people are also high right now because, like, you pick up the quests, and if you're if you have the day pause, it's like you're just like, oh, what am I doing today? Oh, okay, I got this. Yeah, cool. Who the fuck is this? Whose quest is this? Nobody's. That makes nobody happy.
where's the Rivera house?
Also, Riverside, that place up top where I just was at, their quests don't go away. Like, you know
They
how
don't.
there's times on this right here, like the bounty here for 2 days? That doesn't happen with the other ones.
Oh, I've had a couple of quests that are timed, but most of them aren't.
Hmm.
Where's the Rivera house?
Now I want to see what this furniture looks like.
There. Yeah, I need to return to Carmen.
Ooh, I
I've
like
got
that
7
cabin.
days. That's fine. Yeah, I got. I'm so happy with life.
I feel like based on your house's current aesthetic, this will go better in your house. This retro
Probably.
stuff. I'm gonna bring it to your house. Grab that too. And I could decorate his house. He just doesn't know. Even though he can probably hear me.
I hear nothing. Meow, meow, meow. Robot toad.
Oh, you moved your
Nick?
house.
Yeah.
Nice.
It probably will stay there.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes, I can do you any amount of favors.
Can you get rid of your beds? It's the only thing I can't move. Thank you.
I can put them in your stuff to sell chests, so they go into. Oh, they're not going into.
Okay, Tristan, come here.
I come here. Yo.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this on the ground. I need you to put it here.
I can't place it without upgrading the house, so I can place it in 2 days.
Really?
Yeah, I can't get double beds until it's upgraded.
That is weird. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Okay, well, put your single beds back then, I guess.
Yes, I can definitely do that. I definitely didn't immediately trash them.
Oh no. Let me see if there's a single bed in this style.
Nope. I know where I'm sleeping for the next couple of days.
My house.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, it looks like Cutie Watch disconnected at some point and then reconnected.
Yeah, looks like it.
I've noticed that that's happened a couple of times. It's not often, but it does happen enough to take note. Are there certain seasons like can you not get a lightning storm in this season?
You can.
We just haven't had one. Unfortunate. We've had a fair amount of rain though, so that's nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I'm gonna fit all this stuff in here, but I'm gonna do my best. So you're in the process of having your house upgraded? Oh,
So finish in 2 days.
okay, cool. I feel like there's so much space behind here, but there's not.
I think it's just that TV. Oh my god, you're taking my journey of the pro again. I guess I'll go and beat it again. Oh no, I can't access. Never mind.
What?
Saloon's not open, I can't access it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I was gonna wait to decorate my house until after
Look,
it was max
look,
upgraded,
you
but
can throw all of this furniture away. It is.
I love this. It's so cozy.
Oh no, I'm not even done. I'm not even done. Just you fucking wait.
Oh my god. Just like a true gamer, I don't have the outside.
Okay, come here.
I'm on my way.
Can you? Oh, never mind. Hold on. Never mind. I got this.
Okay.
Oh, it matches. It only matches. Okay, there's like one way it can go. Okay, never mind. I changed mine from birch. And yours is okay.
Oh.
Mine is birch, and so because mine is birch, so is yours.
Yeah, but for my one, it actually does match.
Does it
On-
look like that
on
for
my end.
you?
It's not birch for me. It looks like the rest of the furniture.
Okay. All right. Cool then. Cool. 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 Good. Good to know. Good to know. Mm.
Damn, we're gonna nap so good.
Yeah, we are. Mm.
What is this chest? Oh, this chest is like furniture and stuff. I need to get a wardrobe. Wait, can I use the? I can use the dresser. Is it good if I use the dresser now to chuck clothes in?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh my god, that pig, I think, is getting abducted. That thing looks like a pig.
Pig?
Yeah, one of the thing is a animal getting abducted. It looks like a pig.
Oh, I thought you said adopted.
Oh yeah, it's getting adopted, not abducted.
You see why I was confused.
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's see, and then let's see. Move.
Sorry. Oh my god. That's so cute. I love seeing you decorate. Like, you make things look so good. And I know you have fun doing
I
it.
do have fun. I'm having a blast.
Mm. I'm definitely gonna change theme eventually when like my
Yeah.
house upgrades more. I love you.
Yeah.
What's on TV?
Oops.
The Star Drop channel. Omelette. Weather. Oh, that's my shield. That's my shield again. I want to sit down. Who needs a bed? It's overrated. I can sleep on the couch.
Okay, this is an option, or oh, actually, no, I don't want to change that. I like the way it is. Oh, actually, hold on.
Ooh.
Okay, what do you think?
This is absolutely incredible.
I'm so glad
This
you
is
like it.
so pretty.
I'm stealing your box lamp. Well, I guess I don't have to.
You can stake anything you want. You can stake anything. Turn it into steak.
I think
Oh.
I accidentally dropped your fireplace. It's okay, you got a new one. Oh, actually, I did forget something.
Oh no, I dropped my fireplace again.
Because it's very important that I put that back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Continue journey. Let's go. I forgot I was very upgraded. This was the run that I beat it on
Yeah.
without taking damage.
There you go. Oh, that looks good. See, this is as much as I'm going to be an interior designer. You gotta, like, make a set for me so I know it looks good together. I want to do more fishing, but I don't want to do fishing right now. Is that okay? Can we
Yeah,
just,
that
like,
is more than okay. I'm
can we just,
I'm
like,
happy to
AFK in game and then,
and sleep.
yeah.
I'm more wanting to sleep than anything right now. I'm more wanting to sleep than anything right now.
All right, let's see. How are we doing? Who's streaming? I think Milky's streaming.
Milky was streaming, yeah.
You guys want to raid out to Milky? He's playing 9 Souls. Let's raid out to Milky.
Cool, I can buy a power up. Oh, so that's what happens once it's maxed.
Thank you, Sims, for showing up. Thank you. Who else is here right now?
Thank you everyone for hanging out.
Who's hanging out right now? Thank you. Milky. We're gonna raid out to you, Milky.
Milky's gonna raid himself.
Thank you to everybody who's here. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Bye.
Bye bye everyone.
I guess it's gotta actually hit that, don't I? 2, 3 viewers ready, 4 viewers ready, 5 viewers. Let's fucking go.
Yippee ki yay, motherfucker.